Okay. Refresh Twitch. Alright, hello everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good why the heck are you still awake? I'm Zachary, your friendly waypoint in the Vale. And then this is Cheeky.
Hello.
Oh,
I'm here.
You are here. Okay, and then let me... post this so I can pin it. Oh, there we go. End of stream, please. Thank you, Twitch. Alright. So, hello. Got my very impromptu overlay because it hit me just before bedtime. I'm like, oh, you know what? My Loa overlay isn't going to work for a sci-fi overlay. So I had to quickly scramble to throw something together. Okay, so yeah, we're playing Bucket of Bolts. I linked it in the chat there. And weirdly enough, I haven't really been paying too much attention to the game page because I've already downloaded it and stuff, and I guess I didn't get any kind of email updates about it. But apparently it had a Kickstarter in January for updated version and physical version. So you can check that out there if you like it and you want like the revised edition, I guess. Because pre-orders are still open. So that was funny. I'm like, oh, well, yeah, I just felt like giving this a shot. Because I feel like we could probably get this done in a session. But anyway, it's a solo ttrpg. Cheeky is here to act as my consultant on prompts, so we're gonna kind of play it together.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sort of like, I mean, like, I'm not literally a floating head, but I am kind of like the floating head over here, kind of rubber ducky.
Yeah, I'll let you
deal.
have your body.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that.
Actually, you're kind of... Well, I gotta adjust you. There we go. We're, like, not standing on the same plane.
Well, I mean, that's kind of normal for us, right? Usually not standing on the same plane of existence.
I mean, we are from two different dimensions.
We are. Yeah. It's really amazing to actually be able to do a little collaboration like this.
Okay, so Bucket of Bolts. Let me just kind of read it off of the store page there. Bucket of Bolts is a game of iconic spaceships and their infamous captains for one player. The Bebop, Serenity, the Millennium Falcon. You can't have a good space story without an iconic spaceship. Of course, more often than not, the heroes of the story aren't flying some shiny new cruiser. Those are for the wealthy, the elites. Not our lovable scoundrels. No, they fly the Bucket of Bolts. The outworn, patched-up junker held together with hope, prayers, and duct tape. These ships weren't always hunks of junk, though. They have long and storied histories, and might even have been respectable vessels at some point. We only ever see a slice of that story, though. A single captain and their motley crew. This game flips the perspective. So yeah, what we're going to be doing is that we're creating a brand new freighter, fresh off of the manufacturing line. We're going to explore its history through each of the people that captain it. And the ship is going to change as time passes, and the ship changes, and then the captains are going to change with stories that are going to impact the ship. And then when we're ready to move on, we can choose a fate for our ship. where maybe it's traded away or stolen, captured, or wrecked. And I thought that this was a pretty neat sounding game. I think it could be kind of fun. And I had the idea last night because our whole premise is that we're travelers of the Veil, and we just started a Discord. I'll go ahead and type that in there too. And our channel names are kind of spacey sounding, but like I had been toying with this whole like, you know, like we kind of need some kind of like base or something, some kind of like little headquartery thing that we come back to while we're dimension hopping. And I'm like, oh, you know what? We could use the spaceship that comes out of this game. It's going to be from a different dimension itself, because we're not traveling through space. We're traveling through the Veil, so it's like the space between different dimensions, which are the games that we play.
Yep.
So the spaceship itself will have also come from a different dimension, but we've made it our home. Have some coffee. So yeah, that's what I'm hoping to get out of this, but I haven't played the game before. Neither has Cheeky, so it's going to be a new experience. Right off the bat, there is going to be like a little bit of a challenge because the PDFs are set up in spreads. So and the rules is in one PDF, and then the content, like the actual game, is in another PDF. And then there's a third PDF of like additional errata, so extra tables. So it's a little split up, which is a little the word a little clunky.
Yeah. It's not the most streamlined.
Yeah, and this is the printable version too, because the so-called like nice pretty version is actually like really hard to read. But both of them are set up in spreads anyway, so it's gonna be a bit of me scrolling around. But okay, so we're going to start off by reading the rules.
Just wanted to interject a little bit.
Yeah, I'm gonna drink some coffee.
Yeah, do you think we could play like a little bit of music in the background?
I have some going.
Oh yeah, really?
But you're not
Let
gonna
me actually turn on the stream.
Well, then you're gonna hear us talking twice. So if you want music, you're gonna have to play your own music.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you know what? Second coffee hasn't kicked in yet.
Yeah, no,
totally
it's all right. It is yeah, it's 9 a.m. for us.
Yeah. So second coffee I haven't finished yet, so it hasn't kicked in. Okay, yeah, that makes sense why I'm not hearing any music. Okay, don't mind. Sorry, that was
all good.
kind of
all
a
good.
dumb question. So
yeah, I wish I had time enough.
Some space music.
I wish I had time enough to find some like a more appropriate music, but we're just gonna have to deal with this random stream friendly music in the background here. This game actually comes with like a little soundtrack, but I don't know if I have the rights to stream it. It actually didn't come with any kind of licensing, so I'm just going to assume that it's personal only. Alright, so game concepts. Spaceships. And also, I'm very sorry about all of the S's that are going to go on.
Oh, the what? Oh, you stop. You're fine. I do it just as much as you do. It's no big deal. Oh, also, I wanted to mention, I could totally tap in and read some stuff in case, you know.
Oh, yeah, sure, because I linked them to you so that you could also follow along more comfortably.
So you just, let me know when I can step in and I'll do it.
Alright. Yeah, maybe I'll read the first page then.
Okay, sounds good.
Alright, game concepts. Spaceships. This game is about ships. Spacefaring craft, carrying their crew across the stars. You decide how sentient your ship is. Whether guided by artificial intelligence or more mundane mechanisms, each will possess its own distinct character that can be used as a lens to tell your story. However, a ship can't do much on its own. Captains. Ships are flown by captains and their crew. Under their command, the ship travels across the galaxy, seeing wondrous places and having grand adventures. As you craft each captain's story, consider how they obtained the ship, what they achieve with it, how they change it, and how it changes them. Time and rest. Ships usually outlive even the luckiest of captains. Through death, obligation, or retirement, they vacate the cockpit for the last time and your stint with them ends. The ship lies still, inert, and waiting. It could be moments before the engines are fired once more, or it may languish across for aeons, slowly rusting as stars rise and fall. Eventually, a new captain will arrive. Traits are characteristics describing a ship. These could be mechanical systems, battle scars, modifications, facets of an increasingly willful personality core, or just the way the craft feels to fly. Change. As you play, the ship changes, maturing from a factory-fresh stock model to a collection of fixed, found, and fiddled with systems. Each captain modifies the ship to suit their particular preferences, admiring or admonishing those who came before, while the passage of time makes its own mark. At various points, you are asked to change something about the ship. This usually means adding, removing, or modifying one or more of the following. A trait. A detail about the physical appearance of the ship. A detail about something in your world. A response to one of your ship questions. You can also make a change whenever you feel it's appropriate, even without being explicitly prompted. Once you've made changes, you should reflect them in your notes and drawing as appropriate. Alright, and then
okay.
You take next page?
Yeah. Kind of interesting how they're describing it. I guess it's not too spoilery, but the whole is your ship managed by AI kind of reminds me of Mass Effect.
Oh, I was already thinking Outlaw Star.
An Outlaw Star.
Yeah, I do like when they have silly, snarky little computer voices.
Yes. That's really cool. All right, next page. Game structure. Acts. The game takes place over 3 acts, forming your ship's story as your game progresses. Each act has its own set of captains and time options to choose from. Resolving a captain. After choosing a captain, complete these steps to tell their story and explore how your ship changes. As you go, write a few paragraphs detailing your choices. 1. First, describe the captain, providing their name and a few striking details. Consider how they took command of your ship. Was it provided, acquired, or recovered? 2. Consider any notable crew or valuable assets. 3. Then answer the 2 questions or prompts under the captain's heading. 4. Then choose a memorable event defining the captain's time with your ship. If they achieved great things together, choose from love and triumph. For less auspicious fates, choose from scum and villainy. 5. As your ship is shaped by its experiences, you may answer one of your ship questions. Finally, 6. Consider how the captain and ship's time together ends. How do they lose or relinquish it? Resolving a rest. As you await the next captain to claim your ship, you'll rest in darkness or with your eyes closed. As you pause, picture the halted craft, the gently creaking hull, blinking electronics, or the signs of wildlife encroaching. You can use the ambient soundtrack, link there, Or wait in silence, listening to the sounds around you. Don't worry if your mind wanders. Your ship's mind wanders too, if it truly has one. Eventually, a new captain will arrive and break the long silence. After completing your rest, you may be asked to choose something from a table if your wait was long. If you want to explore or change the world around your ship, choose from shifts and currents. If you want to show how the ship itself changes, choose from dust and rust. Breaks. Between captains, you might like to take a break. If you end up writing a lot of detail for each captain, consider splitting your story over a few shorter sessions. Choosing a new captain. When you're ready, you'll choose a new captain. Depending on how many captains you've chosen, you'll either choose from the current or subsequent act.
All right, thank you. Setup. Your ship is a medium-sized freighter, something that could just as easily haul legal freight or escort galactic nobility as smuggle rebels through blockades or destroy a space station. Wow. To create your ship, complete the ship creation section. Describe the engineers that made your ship and add 3 traits to express its stock model properties. Draw the ship, making your sketch large enough to easily record changes as you play. Don't worry about making it beautiful. A rough layout and a silhouette is fine. You'll answer ship questions later as you tell your story. Take a breath. For the rest of this game, you inhabit your ship and perceive the world through its cold mechanical senses. When questions in the game refer to you, they mean your ship and its unique perspective. This ship is your character for the rest of the game. After completing the instructions and preparing to play, empty your hands, close your eyes, and take a moment to breathe. Play. Your first captain. Now open your eyes and choose the first person to own you, your first captain. You'll begin by choosing captains from the first act, the High Era. Final captain. Eventually you'll reach the end of the third and final act. Having resolved your final captain, your ship is wrecked or abandoned forever in some backwater junk heap. Continuing your story. Instead of playing to this conclusion, you may decide to continue the ship's story in a different game under the command of your table's characters. As you introduce your ship to this new game, don't try to explain every detail. Leave it a mystery to unravel. Epilogue. Regardless of where you conclude your story, it's worth taking some time to pause at the end of your game. Take a moment to sit silently in the dark. Consider how your ship is remembered, if at all, through tall tales told in scuzzy bars or galactic records of your exploits. Then turn the lights back on and stretch out as you leave your ship behind, concluding your time with this game.
Wow. Oh, go ahead.
And then it ends with a poem.
Oh! I guess I'll read that, huh?
Yep, I will leave that in your capable hands.
All right. Before I read it, though,
yeah,
I just want to say I really do like how their approach is to this game. It's really nice. And it really matches the ambient space music I found on Spotify. Like, it's really... Man, it's making me feel things already. And we haven't even started. I kind of feel like this... Man, I'm really excited. This is getting me... Okay. All right. And with that, I will read the poem after I have some more coffee.
Yeah, I finished mine. Now I'm trying to flush the coffee goo out of my mouth so that I can speak more clearly.
Ooh, what if I add a drawl to this? Like a space cowboy. Yeah, let's do that. I think that'd be fun. All right. Here we go. Busted, rusted, set adrift, cloaked in cloth and grime. This old ship lies still, a relic from a different time. Lift the dust sheets, one by one. Pry the broken latch. Up the ladder, flaking paint, up towards the hatch. Crank it open. Hit the switch. Dim lights flicker on. Yellowed bulkheads, fraying wires, captains dead and gone. In the cockpit, fire it up. Engines thrumming roar. Creaking, lurching up towards shining stars once more.
Yay!
Very cool.
Yeah, and then credits are Jack Harrison, writing and layout. Torben. Oh, I can't remember how to pronounce umlauts. Buchmeyer.
Yep.
Buchmeyer. Sorry about that. Luke for illustration. Luke Jordan for consulting design. Jarrett Crater and Fiona Maeve Geist, MRC, for editing. Christopher Michael Roberts for the soundtrack that we won't play. Dizzy Inc. for the risograph printing, and inspired by The Skeletons by Jason Morningstar. Okay, so that was the rules, which I don't know. I mean, like, it's pretty, pretty soft.
Yeah.
Soft rules.
Yeah, it's
pretty fluffy.
It's like an outline almost, you know?
Yeah.
Kind of gives you a little push, but it's not like hovering over, you know, your shoulder going, oh, you better make sure you do this.
Yeah, pretty fluffy. A lot of colorful writing mixed in.
That might be why I like it.
All right.
It doesn't read like a textbook.
Let's see. There's the content. All right. Actually, I probably put it over here. Or maybe not. Maybe that's too distracting.
You're on that one? Okay.
All right. So maybe I'll make this one skinny. Go ahead and put bonus content over here. And then pin. So I don't lose these. Okay. Yeah, just to kind of jump ahead, I have extra tables here to kind of help with, like, there's name tables and there's like no good ways to go, so like a final end table, a couple of more. I wish these were labeled. In the pretty version they had explanations of what these were, but the printable version doesn't, so I might have to throw this in here or something to get more context. But alright, so to content. Let's see. Alright, so I think this is where we actually start playing. Oh, it's got alt text, that's nice. The ship, a mid-size freighter, rugged and adaptable. Ship creation. You are constructed by a team of Starship engineers. Describe them, their design principles, and political affiliations. Add 3 traits describing your ship, then draw it. Sketch out the layout of its modules and its silhouette, considering the materials used. Give your ship a model name and a simple factory designation. Ship questions. Answer these during play. You don't need to answer them all. Every ship needs a good name. What is it and why? Across the galaxy, there are spaceports in every shape, size, and standing. Why do some feel like home more than others? Your last captain installed a secret modification that they never got to use. What does it do? Your customized systems allow for a unique maneuver that many of your captains have attempted. What is it, and what does it come to be called by telltales and imitators? Your captain oversees a complete hull and systems rebuild, a labor of love taking months to complete. Change something as they reshape you to fit their ideals. Your computer systems are modified by inserting a new intelligence. How do you begin to express yourself differently? And in suggested traits, they have some keywords there.
Yes.
Okay, so...
Sorry. Goading, Rude. Sorry. Man, I am getting really psyched up for this. This is so sick. Like, look, I'm not the best artist, but the idea of actually drawing the outline, or like a basic schematic of your ship sounds so rad.
I'm prepared for that.
Awesome.
I have Clip Studio Paint at the ready.
Ah, yeah. I'm ready.
Okay, so you might have to help me because when I have Clip Studio Paint, I don't have OBS in front of me.
Oh, okay.
So you'll have to make sure that everything's showing correctly on Twitch for me.
Oh yeah, no, that's okay. I already have it open.
Cool. Yeah, because Obsidian takes up my monitor. Alright, so let's see. So we need to pick 3 traits describing the ship and then draw it. And then we have some suggested traits. Well, if it's outdated, what if... Because at first it was like, well, if it's outdated, why is it being constructed now? But, like, what if it is the last of that model that's being produced? So it's like the last of its kind, kinda. Or what if it got produced and then sat unused for a while or something? What do you think?
Yeah, I like that.
Which one? There's 2 options there.
Oh, I am so sorry. Explain it one more time.
So my first idea is that what if it's the last of the model line being produced? So that's what makes the design outdated. And then the second idea was, what if it got produced and then sat in storage for a while and now the design is outdated?
Okay. So for the second one, what if we kind of build on that? What if it was like some type of prototype that was designed, but then was put off to the side due to, whatever economic crisis, maybe a war popped up or whatever, it was discontinued or just put off for later, but later never happened. And so it's like this really unique entity.
Okay.
So while the rest, the rest of society has like, they've already moved onto a different technological branch.
Right.
This ship is kind of a relic, but almost like a relic as in like it's a reflection of the mindset of the people before said event or whatever.
Oh, what if it got produced as kind of like proof of concept?
Mm-hmm.
But right as it got produced and kind of like getting prepped to be displayed in front of investors and stuff, a big breakthrough was made.
Yeah.
And so while this ship is good, there's like something about it that doesn't quite hit the level of the ships that came after. Like it falls short specifications wise.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe there's something about it, like it has like a quirk or something that right now the market and consumers find to be a negative, but maybe for our line of captains and stuff that it's an endearing trait.
Yeah.
Also kind of chaotic, but should we just give the ship arms? Can that be the quirk?
Let me write this down first.
Yeah, go ahead. I'll let you do that.
was produced as a proof of concept. Okay, was produced as a proof of concept, but just as it was being shown to investors, a major breakthrough in shipbuilding happened. This breakthrough resulted in a higher spec of ship, so our ship was already outdated before it could even reach mass production. It's still a good ship, though.
Yeah.
We're still a good ship.
We're still good.
Still good. Alright.
Just built different.
Just built different. Oh, we need more traits.
Yeah, we do.
Alright, hold on 1 sec. Hold on. Let me...
Oh, yeah, not a problem. Not a problem.
Okay, so that was one trait. It's outdated. So keeping in mind our kind of like...
Sorry, I'm looking at your stream and I just saw the text like do that gradient. Oh, so nice.
So
anyway.
keeping in mind that we've already decided that it's outdated, we'll have to pick two traits that kind of align with that already.
Right off the bat,
yeah,
finicky.
Finicky. What's finicky about it?
Like, we could do a couple of things. It could either be how the fuel is utilized in the ship. Maybe there's something, you know, either a particular part or system that you kind of have to have a knack for, otherwise it doesn't work. Or we could have a finicky wiring system.
I think the fuel one is a good idea, because that could be what that breakthrough is. So like the fuel system works, but it's a bit finicky, because that was kind of like the highest level of science that they had, highest level of fuel engineering. But then somebody broke through that wall and basically kind of solved the problem.
Yeah.
So now they have like a more efficient or more easily or like better engineered fuel system, which already kind of outclassed this ship. So it's still good. It's just that you gotta have to jiggle a few things.
You gotta be more attentive to it rather than what they ended up developing, which is kind of like thoughtless. You know, the person piloting it doesn't have to think twice about it. Whereas this one, you have to be much more attuned to what's going on with the ship. Jiggling or wiggling. I think the music I picked for me to listen to, I think it's doing too well of a job.
So that's cool because, like, yeah, I can see, you know, like some crew or captains having to kind of like Like, oh man, the fuel transfer is at it again. Let me go, bang on it a little.
But I also think that for some of the captains, it's going to be a note of pride that they're such a good pilot that they can, handle her.
They can squeeze out like the same speed as one of the ships that came after. Yep. On this.
They just know the ship inside and out that well.
Well, and too, maybe it'll change.
Yeah.
Maybe someone will overhaul the fuel system
at some point. Yep.
Or kind of like see the flaws in it and then just have to move around some things and then boom. Okay, so I need one more trait. Let's see. Leaky. No, I think we should have some kind of good positive word.
How about precise?
Precise?
Or nimble. Or nimble. Either one of those. Precise or nimble. Oh dude, what if we made it kind of like it's a smaller ship too?
Yeah, I was kind of favoring like a smaller ship. Well, like maybe not a compact because like we could expand
in space.
we could expand on it later, perhaps.
Yeah.
But I'm thinking too, like in the context of us eventually getting the ship.
Yeah.
we should probably fit in it.
True. Yeah, nimble. I think nimble would be a good one. Yeah, like you said, it won't be like super small, but
yeah.
Maybe it just controls really well,
Yeah. They were the fuel system was sort of like what it was across the board. Like that's what all the ships were kind of capable of being designed as like at this time. So everybody kind of expected the fuel system to be like that. But the thing that like the selling point of this ship design was that it was going to be very nimble. And like, yeah, just easy to handle.
Yeah. I know the phrasing is kind of like overused, but fuel efficient. Fuel efficiency.
Alright. Okay, so finicky, the fuel system requires a bit of jiggling or wiggling. The engineering isn't the most efficient due to the limitations of knowledge at time of design. The breakthrough that resulted in the ship being outclassed was a new and improved fuel system that doesn't have the same problems. Nimble, easy to handle, flies smoothly, was meant to be top of the class in how it's piloted with a comfortable flight experience.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, let's see. So I actually need to use the bathroom, unfortunately.
Oh, dude.
Please tell me no. Yeah. Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Do you have yeah. Well, I mean, obviously take turns, jeez. But
Oh, what are we gonna do?
Oh, you don't have a BRB?
Well, I mean, I don't. But I don't know what you're gonna do to hold over.
I'll entertain the masses.
Entertain the masses. I'll be back.
Okay. All right. I got you. Hello, wonderful people. Curious wanderers. I hope that you are enjoying yourselves as we build our little spaceship, our little space jalopy, if you will, cruising along the infinite cosmos. I'm having a lot of fun with this, for real. Oh, hold on. I think I muted myself on time. Oh, sorry, I sneezed. And Zachary laughing at me in the background. Oh, I'm still, yeah. So, but ignore that. Yeah, this game. Oh, I'm loving it. I'm loving it. I can totally see myself playing this on my own, for sure. Ugh. I mean, I remember when Zach brought up the concept of this game to me, and I immediately latched onto it, and reading through this, I don't know. Is it bad for me to almost drop the current solo ttrpg I was doing and just pick up this one? I don't know. It's really tough. Also, yeah, the music that I'm listening to on my end that you can't hear is Floating Through Space, Spotify playlist. Ambient drone to make you feel weightless. I'm playing it right now and it is making me feel things. I may cry over a spaceship. It may actually happen. I may get emotional over a little bucket of bolts in space. But yeah, it actually really is written poetically, which is wonderful to see. I really like it. And yeah, I can't draw for shit, but shoot, just the idea of creating the shit physically with your two hands. There's just something about that. That's really nice. Also, Zachary did a really good job on this background. The display and stuff. They did an amazing job.
All right, I'm here.
All right, you're here? Okay. Yeah, it's my turn.
Well, what can I say? The body says what it wants. Sometimes all you can do is listen. Alright, so yeah, hello everybody. If you just wandered in, yeah, we're playing Bucket of Bolts. Making a spaceship. It's gonna be, yeah, kinda interesting so far. I've been kinda wanting to read some more sci-fi media. I haven't really read a sci-fi book in a while, but, I don't personally write sci-fi because I'm too intimidated by the lack of knowledge that I feel like I need. Because I don't know a lot of sciencey things. I don't know much about like physics and like what actually, you know, makes a planet viable to live on and stuff like that. So I tend to stick more in the fantasy realm, though I do have a homebrew setting that I've been working on that could actually have some sci-fi elements to it because of what the origins are like. The origin of like humans on the two planets in it. Okay. Oh. There might have been some cat drama. But, yeah. Hope everybody's enjoying this so far. Having a little bit of a slow start, but that's, you know, it's morning, it's Sunday, we're chilling, we're vibing. Just kinda look ahead. I think in this next part we're going to start drawing. So let me get my drawing glove on.
Okay, I'm here.
Welcome back.
I had to separate the boys.
Yeah, I thought I heard some kitty drama going on.
Yeah, they were actually sleeping practically right up against each other, and then Aries kind of woke up and decided to start pawing it.
Quit touching me, old man.
Yeah.
Okay. So we got our traits. And now we need to give it a model name and a simple factory designation. I think the destination part will be easy because it's probably going to be like, you know, 001 or something like that.
Right, because this is its first run.
Yeah. The first and last of its kind.
Wow.
How sad.
That is...
Hitting hard right off the bat. Let's see. Should I try to randomly create one?
I don't see why not.
Let's see. Should we... Like, what should be the theme? Like, should it be an adjective of some kind? Or should it be like an object, like named after something?
Yeah, hold on.
Let's see. I'm looking at my juice oracle to see if there's any interesting words. Because let's see. In Cowboy Bebop, we have the Bebop. We have the Millennium Falcon. We have Serenity. I don't remember what the Mandalorian ship is called.
Oh, it's called the Razor Crest.
Ah. Probably follows something like similar to that, I think. Okay. So, Razor Crest. Crest is a noun, but also a verb. And then razor is a noun, sometimes an adjective, like razor sharp. So maybe we could kind of do like an adjective and then a noun of some kind. Like a noun that also doubles as a verb.
Ooh, okay.
Let's see.
All right, let's see.
We are thinking.
I'm actually looking at a table that lists all the words that are nouns and verbs.
Oh yeah? Cool.
Let's see, we got... some of these aren't really that, you know, amazing. What about riot for one of the one of two words being riot?
Okay. If it's nimble, perhaps they were kind of going for like a sporty vibe.
That's what I'm thinking.
Kind and of like a riot would be kind of like, you could see that as being like a sport model. So now we could have something that kind of like plays off of riot. And it being kind of nimble. I don't want to say dancing riot because I think that's one of those FF14 Arcadian names.
What about Soaring Riot?
Soaring Riot?
Yeah.
Close.
Okay. Punch Riot.
Punch Riot?
Punch Riot.
Because
you gotta punch it.
Lucky Riot?
Lucky Riot?
Maybe they were really hoping that this would be their kind of like their ticket.
Yeah.
Yeah. But unfortunately, it was too late.
Yeah. And it's like a strange name too. So like, if people were to hear it, they'd probably just be like, what? What does that mean? You know?
We call it...
I like it.
We could say Lucky Riot X001. Because X makes it spacey and sci-fi.
Yep. Yeah. X, yep. The letter X always makes it.
I'll put a hyphen though.
Maybe, yeah, put a hyphen.
Yeah. The Lucky Riot X001.
There we go.
Okay.
Like
all right. Cool. And now I need to draw it. Oh. All right. So disclaimer. I don't draw spaceships. so this is gonna. Okay. So it's kind of nimble. It's gonna be on the small-ish side, but not too small. Let's see, what kind of thing are we thinking?
So I would say maybe, well, it depends too. Like, what type of aesthetic are we going for, you know? Because like, what we need to keep in mind is that this is the first and last of its kind. So, and yeah, let's say the engineers behind it, you know, they were calling it lucky because they were hoping that this would take off. No pun intended. And so we could either go with small and like sleek, so like a lot of, you know, curve, or we could go with like sporty as in like a little blocky, you know. I'm thinking like sporty as like a muscle car, or we could go sleek like you know, those really small but speedy boats.
Yeah.
So either design,
like those cigarette models.
Yeah. Maybe something like that.
Yeah, and I am kind of a big fan of kind of like the clunker ones. I like the Mandalorian ship quite a bit.
Yeah, the Mandalorian ship is really sick. I like it too. It's also really small.
So maybe it kind of starts out looking like kind of like this triangle shape.
Okay.
I don't know how this thing is propulsion is, but like
I would say also like maybe try to imagine a porpoise as well, you know?
Like a dolphin?
Yeah, kind of like. Oh, hey London.
Hi London, I can't see it, but thank you.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah, they're sketching our ship. Right now, but hey.
Doing my best. So maybe I'll change this a little bit, and then it's maybe there's this kind of, so we get sort of like this, and then I'm thinking that maybe perhaps later in the future like maybe some kind of module or something, you know, like they start expanding on it, you know, get kind of more of that like maybe a cargo bay gets added here on the underside or something.
Yeah.
Alright, so we got like the cockpit that holds like a couple of people over here. And like some wings, and then I need to change my eraser.
For Christmas, I bought myself a super basic sketch set, a sketchbook, and this really cool art comic book hybrid that's all about drawing spaceships.
Oh, nice.
That's cool. That is really cool.
Alright, there we go. So maybe for the interior, you know, we got actually let me copy this.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, and then for the interior, we have kind of like, you got the cockpit here. Draw under it. Cockpit here. And then, perhaps here will be this corridor of pretty small rooms. So like maybe one of these is kind of like a kitchenette kind of area. Supplies, and then maybe like 2 or 3 rooms.
Wow.
Like quarters.
So this thing is kind of built like an RV.
Yeah, and then like all of the propulsion stuff and the engine stuff is going to be here. And then there are probably some access areas in the rooms and stuff to get to like things over here. And then perhaps later, like when like boosters and stuff are starting to come into play, they could probably get like added, you know, like under here too. So I think that yeah, this is kind of a good basic shape to kind of start with, because I feel like we could expand on it.
It also, honestly, especially the side profile reminds me a lot of one of Samus's ships, so I'm kind of digging the design. London said, it was mostly to keep my mind busy through a rough time, but I got some wacky spaceships out of it.
That's fun.
That is fun. I really love looking at, you know, spaceship designs and stuff. Especially from like a few decades ago, what they thought we would be building. Ugh, so cool.
Yeah, like the futurism artwork. Like art movements and stuff.
Yeah, that stuff is so cool.
Yeah.
Maybe too, later on, this ship, maybe one of the captains decides to expand it, you know?
Yeah.
The hull.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
Actually makes it, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier.
Oh, yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
We are of the same mind.
It was funny too because you agreed with me.
I did? Oh, God. Okay. Well, I'm glad my subconscious also agreed with you, so it's good. That shows that it's a good idea. Because I agreed with you subconsciously and then consciously.
Okay, cool. Let me switch back over to Obsidian.
Yeah.
Oh,
I think I'm gonna get emotional over this ship, buddy.
Good. We're gonna be hanging out in this ship.
We're gonna be chilling.
Yeah. Okay. So we've got our traits. These we answered these during. Oh. So this one we sort of did answer. What the name is and why. Let me add a note about why.
Yeah, I would definitely write down why we named it the Lucky Riot. London says, I spent a hot minute poking around trying to identify different sci-fi aesthetics and trying to put names to them, so I knew how to find what I actually liked. Yeah, that's usually what happens to me sometimes. I'll go, oh, that looks kind of funky or kind of cool, and then like I try to find the correct descriptions for it so I can look up more of that. Excuse me. That's how I found out about the music genre future funk.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
That's good stuff.
All right, so it was meant to be the designer's ticket to good fortune. However, it was created just a little too late. So whether or not the ship is lucky remains to be seen. It wasn't lucky for the creators.
Oh,
probably put them in debt.
Yep, as most projects do, sadly. What's fascinating is a lot of the sci-fi movements are, like you guys just said, tied to the decades themselves and what those decades thought the future would look like. So Ray Punk is very 50s, 60s coded. And then there was one about brutalism, which was during the height of like stark concrete type building. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then like right now, like dystopia.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. I gotta continue talking. I gotta cat.
Yeah, like right now we have a bunch of dystopia, a lot of bitter, jaded cynicism, and you know, influences of capitalism and stuff like that. Lots of, you know, cyberpunk stuff is sort of like kind of trendy, but it's even more grittier and stuff than what some past cyberpunk stuff was.
Yeah.
Kind of like what they imagined back then was kind of bad, but in some ways it's worse than what they imagined. Yeah. But it's kind of funny too because obviously it's not as gritty and dark and grungy and stuff. But the actual like capitalism stuff got pretty bad.
Yes. That definitely happened, yeah.
We just don't have like cybernetic body modifications yet. No, I'm sure Meta is working on it.
Yeah.
Okay, so we got Act 1, the High Era. Okay, so maybe I should also look at the the not print version because I'm wondering if maybe the print version had some stuff trimmed out of it. So maybe I can compare. Bucket of bolts. So let me throw in content here. There it is. Okay, so this is the not printable version. Okay, it is the same. Yeah, so this here is pretty hard to read.
Yeah, it used to have a shiny coating. Now, we used to think evil would wear a mask. Now we know better. Damn, that's a good line. Yeah,
that's a good line. You've just been on fire this weekend.
I know, seriously.
Okay, so captains. Resolving a captain. Choose, describe a captain, answer captain questions. Choose an event from tables. Answer ship question optionable. Captain ends time with ship, move to time. So choose or describe a captain. And then I think we have additional captains in here. But this one doesn't have the labels as to what the tables mean. So see, this is what I was talking about, where here...
Oh yeah, where is that? Is that the bonus content?
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
This one is the not printable version, not print friendly version, but here it has these title pages that tell you what the table is for. And I wish that those had been added to the print friendly version.
Yeah, that's kind of odd, hey?
Yeah, because this is definitely kind of hard to read.
Yeah.
but you kind of need these title things here. All right, so Cavalier Commands is the one that has extra ship captains. Oh, see, the tables aren't even labeled, like named. Oh, we have 2 extra tables of captains. We have Cavalier Commands, Big Shot Skippers. Oh, 3 tables. Pop Culture Pioneers. Alright, so we have 3 extra tables. Wait, it doesn't actually tell you how to choose a captain. Do you just simply pick one? I was kind of hoping more for like a rolling element or something.
Yeah, actually, it just kind of the way it's written, it kind of is just like you just pick one. That's it.
Yeah.
Well, how do you want to do it?
I'd kind of like to roll.
Yeah,
I don't want to
just pick one. Yeah.
Yeah, because I feel like if we're just picking everything all the time, it doesn't really feel like a game.
Yeah, and it kind of loses the wonder and
the
possible terror.
Yeah. And I think it'll bump up the problem solving.
Yep. Exactly.
Okay, so this has 4 options here, and then the extra tables all have 6. So 3 times 6 is 18. 18 plus 4.
22.
22. So that's 2 shy of having a d20. Well, I think we'll be fine dropping the last 2 off of here. Because the last 2 is a telepathic bacterial hive mind or a nihilistic robot. So I think I'll be comfortable dropping those off.
Yeah, we can. Let's.
Okay, so I'm gonna roll a d20 and then I'll just count until I hit the number.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, so I got a 14. I'm actually using the dice roller and solo ttrpg kit today. So I got a 14, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So a wanted thief.
Ooh.
They are devious, skillful, and slippery. This game really loves its S's, I tell you.
I know, I was just thinking.
Okay. Alright, so our first captain... Let's go back here. So the first captain is a what? A wanted thief? A wanted thief. Devious and skillful. Okay, and then it says to answer captain questions. So we'll answer the questions. Describe their preferred targets and their biggest heist. Maybe this ship is the biggest heist? Although
stole it?
Maybe it was by accident? Because this is a there's nothing particularly special about this ship because it's kind of outdated. But maybe the thing they were after, maybe their getaway, was going poorly, and maybe they wound up stealing this ship.
Okay.
So maybe physically this is the biggest heist. This is the largest item they've ever stolen.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah, and then maybe they thought that they could pawn it off or whatever, and then realized that this is one of a kind and that nobody really wants to touch it.
And maybe too, because this was kind of meant to be like a sports model kind of ship, maybe it's actually pretty simple to fly. So if you have some knowledge of like spaceship flight and stuff like that, you could probably pick it up pretty easily. Because, you know, I'm thinking like, you know, some wealthy people wanting to go on, you know, like a joy flight or whatever, like a joy ride, could just hop into the pilot seat and manage to fly it.
Yep.
So, who are their usual targets? If this ship has been kind of like in storage somewhere, who do they usually steal from that would put them in the vicinity of the ship? Let's see. Thinking. Well, if this is in storage, maybe there was a different ship they were after?
Could be.
But it went wrong. And so they had to find, you know, they broke in on this one. And decided to go, fuck it, we ball. And got away in this one.
It was just like, I don't know, good enough. It looks expensive. Yeah, we could go with that.
Okay. So they... And so if they usually steal less huge things, yeah, maybe they go after ship parts. They're kind of like, they're the ones that supply like black market ship part dealers.
Okay. Yeah, I can see that.
And so maybe they thought, well, I'll just steal a whole ship because that's a lot of parts.
Yeah. And that would, you know, last them a while. You know? Because they would probably just slowly, you know, pull it apart.
Right.
Sell piece by piece. Except they ended up getting a ship that really no other ship is compatible with. So.
Yeah. So they roll up trying to sell it and they can't because like whoever that they contract with is just sort of like, we can do nothing with this thing. This is it's outdated. There's no other model like this. It's a lot of like proprietary kind of stuff or whatever.
It's more of a liability.
Yeah, because everybody's gonna no one has really seen it before, or they do know of it, but they'll know immediately what it is because it's the only one. Okay, so they usually steal ship parts to supply black market dealers, but attempted a whole ship. or to break them into the market themselves.
True. Yeah. I like how my big bulbous head is blocking most of the text.
Yeah, I'm trying to, step back out a little. It's because the PDFs are in spreads, so I'm like,
oh, so it takes up, yeah.
Trying to keep it wider. Okay, so oh, we can also roll for a name too. So this is gonna be like a scoundrel and rake. And these tables are not numbered either. I'll just roll.
Yeah, go ahead and
I'll just roll a number. 13. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So Maria.
Ha!
4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Maria Demoire. Alright, so Maria Demoire. A wanted thief who is devious and skillful. Alright. Stole the ship by accident while on their latest heist. They were looking to steal a fancier, more valuable ship, but the heist went wrong and they made a hasty getaway in this one. They usually steal ship parts to supply black market dealers, but attempted a whole ship thinking it would get them a large bonus or to break them into the market themselves. However, when they took the ship to dealers, the dealers refused to take it because it's a unique, one-of-a-kind ship with proprietary and outdated tech and engineering. Alrighty. And then because I think there was a second question. What's up down here? Which of their getaways pushed you to the limit? So, I wonder, maybe it was just this one? Because if you think about it, this ship just got stolen.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty unique. While it's outdated, like, it might still be considered recognizable. At least for a while, because, if it got stolen, like, a whole ship getting stolen is no small change or whatever. So it probably made some news. And if it's pretty unique, it would be kind of easy to spot right away. So maybe this getaway was the one that kind of pushed it to the limit, because firstly, they had to get away in it. And then secondly, maybe this was the first and last time this thief flew it, because they can't do anything with it. Everybody's looking for it, so they have to kind of hide it away, or maybe even discard it somewhere.
Yeah, I could totally see that happening.
Alright, so the thief Maria made a wild getaway in the ship, pushing it to its limits, but because it's a unique design and stealing a ship is high-profile crime, it had to hide it away after landing somewhere safe. And then, let's see. Choose an event from tables. Oh! Tables captain. So captain tables?
Yes. I would think so.
I think so. Okay. So love and triumph, inspiring achievements, passionate action, and daring maneuvers. Or scum and villainy, crooked schemes, misplaced loyalties, and blundering mistakes. So this, yeah. Answer its questions and change something as you become renowned, decorated, or iconic. Or change something as you become infamous, unreliable, or illicit. Maybe scum and villainy?
Well, I think earlier they said that you kind of have to pick that depending on, you know, who you grab.
Ah, gotcha. Okay, true. And then change something, a trait, a detail about the physical appearance of your ship, a detail about something in your world, or a response, in response to one of your ship questions. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so I could do a D6.
Okay.
Although... Sorry, I just saw... Can I highlight? Yeah, I can. This one here. Your captain vastly overestimated their bargaining skills and purchased counterfeit parts from a trader with a toothy grin. How did the faulty components fail at a critical moment? I saw this one and I just had an idea. What if they had to make, you know, like a pit stop first? And then this is where they kind of find out that they screwed up. They picked the wrong ship, basically. And got, like, maybe, you know, the ship maybe took some damage in the flight. And so they had to make a pit stop to try to get some, you know, repairs. And then perhaps the trader kind of, like, knew right off the bat that it wasn't, you know, a common ship. Gave them parts that weren't exactly going to work. And then basically kind of revealed the truth of it. Or something.
Yeah.
Basically conned the thief.
Yes. Con to con.
Okay. So now we could change... Maybe we could change the detail about the physical appearance of the ship.
Okay.
Let's see. Switch over to CSP. Alright. So here I got the ship. What do you think? What kind of thing do you think we could change or replace? Maybe the feel? Because maybe they weren't aware that it's finicky?
Yeah.
And so they thought maybe they have to fix it. Because, you know, maybe they looked at it and they're like, oh, well, this is janky. Let's replace this. And then it turns out that they sort of can't.
Yeah, I like that.
Let's see. So I suppose... That's not going to be an external thing. That would be kind of more of an internal. So like I said, I don't have to really draw anything. Back to obsidian. Boop. Okay. Okay, so on the way to their destination. Alright, so on the way to their destination, they stopped for parts to repair damage taken and they escaped. A trader conned Maria with parts that don't work for this ship's fuel system because the trader immediately recognized it as a one-of-a-kind ship. So they got to offload some old parts for like a primo price, and now Maria is stuck with parts that don't necessarily work for the ship, but they kind of make it work. It kind of works, kind of doesn't really work, and they kind of fail during the flight, like the rest of their flight to the destination. Okay. Okay, so we did that. And then answer ship question. I think that was the changing, wasn't it? Or was it... Or is it changing one of these? Or answering one of these? But they say it's optional. It might be a little early to answer one of these.
Yeah.
Because obviously it feels like this thief isn't going to be overhauling it out of love.
No.
Okay, so then Captain ends time with the ship. Move to time. Okay, so time. Choose how much time passes between captains. Rest for as long as instructed. Choose from tables as instructed. Choose a new captain. If you have already chosen 2 captains from this act, move on to the next. Otherwise, choose from those remaining in this act. So we choose a second captain after choosing how much time to wait. And then we could pick from a time table. There are 6 options here. I could roll a dice.
You could.
What do you think?
I think we should roll a dice.
Okay.
We should see what happens because yeah, having a thief just randomly pick this ship up, you know, who knows?
Yeah. Yeah, their life is full of uncertainty.
Yep.
2. So I guess if we were going kind of progressing in length, that would be a year. So we rest for 2 minutes. Choose once on dust and rust or shifts and currents.
Okay.
what's the so if we picked a century, we have to rest for 6 minutes. Alright, so choose once from dust and rust or shifts and currents. And then did this have more stuff? 6 memorable events. So we got an additional event table of war and heartache. And then one for drifts and destitution. Oh, 6 rest events. So what is this then? Well, maybe part of captain events. And then this is, so we have 1, 2, and 3 and 4. 4 timetables. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Each of them have 6. So 6 times 4 is 24. That doesn't fit neatly either. But we'll work it out. Do you think 2 minutes have passed?
We got 30 more seconds.
Oh, you've been timing it. Nice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'll let you know.
Okay. See, that would have been a great time to use the bathroom.
Yeah, it would have been. All right. 2 minutes are up.
Okay, so I guess we'll just roll a d6 or a d20 and then just kind of roll with it.
Yeah.
16. So let's see. This is going to be 6, 12. Which would be here on here. So 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Okay, some outlaw hackers use your computer systems as the launchpad for a super virus. What does it call itself? What changes does it make to your intelligence? Okay, I think that sounds kind of cool.
Yeah.
Let's see, where is it over here so that we can actually read it? Or highlight it. Oh, I can't highlight this version. Oh, that's annoying. Okay. Okay, because... Alright. Hold on. I got Spark. Alright. This ship, the thief has determined, is of no use. So they squirrel it away. And basically don't use it. It's dead weight to them. And then some outlaw hackers who perhaps know the thief go, hey, can we utilize this ship to launch this super virus? Because, you know, it's a stolen ship, it's not flyable by the thief, you know. And then maybe there's something, because, you know, if it's running old tech, maybe that also benefits the hackers.
Yeah, I like that.
And then maybe the super virus is also what kind of gives the ship maybe like almost like an artificial intelligence. Like before it was sort of like, you know, didn't really have a voice to itself, but maybe this sort of gives it one as a mutation.
Yes. Yeah, I like that a lot. Should definitely go with that.
So after a year, scroll up past Cheeky's big head.
I was thinking too, you could probably make me transparent. I am a ghost.
Alright, so the thief Maria leaves it in storage for a year. It's too risky to fly, but it can't be sold on the black market. So we could say they paid Maria too for the ship, or like for access to the ship. Okay. Some outlaw hackers pay Maria for access to the ship in order to launch a super virus from its computer. This super virus mutates the ship's computer into having a kind of artificial intelligence. It now has a voice and the beginnings of a personality. And maybe it kind of, maybe at the same time, because if they want to launch this super virus from this computer, it probably needs to be out in like space, you know, in kind of like in space traffic to kind of link up to other ships and start causing chaos or something. Yes. Or maybe even in a port or something, like a station kind of port. And
where a bunch of ships are kind of probably linked up and
but not on a planet side port.
No.
Yeah. And maybe this gives it like the not, I don't know about reputation, but sort of like, what's the word? But I'm thinking like it starts being known as like a ghost ship.
Okay.
Because like it's a ship that no one has really seen before because it didn't make it to the public market. And then it disappears.
Ooh, and also too, maybe because it was never put on the market, when other ships try to scan it, they get no readings on it.
Yeah. Yes.
So it's off radar.
Yeah.
Like a ghost.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. All right. So Alright, so because the ship never made it to mass production in the public market, its systems are off most radars. It doesn't show up well, if at all, on ship scans because there's no data on the ship. Because it wasn't in the public eye after production, became briefly visible during its theft, but then disappeared again, it starts being known as a ghost ship. by the time it reappears again to act as a virus launch point. So it's definitely getting a becoming renown, but not for good things. Which is funny too, because you know it's called the Lucky Riot.
Yeah.
Well, it's causing riots to some degree. Okay, so we did that. And then I think so now we choose a new captain. And that was I had rolled a d20 again. So I'll do that. 15. Yeah.
We did kind of gloss over the virus. The virus.
Oh, the virus itself. You're right. Okay. So
because it gains sentience.
Yes.
Basically.
So maybe the virus doesn't work? Like maybe it doesn't or maybe I don't know, does it work? What do you think? So we know what it does to the ship, but what does it do to other ships, if anything?
Okay, so this is what I was kind of brainstorming. Okay, and this might be a little wacky, so hold on. So, what if... Okay, so we have Maria, who basically has this pile of junk. And let's say that these group of hackers, maybe they're kind of like zealots. You know?
Okay.
And what if somehow the virus that they created somehow kind of carried some of their fervor, you know, their passion. And perhaps when it was put into this ship, the Lucky Riot, maybe it just formed a consciousness in there, you know, because the ship hasn't really encountered something like that, actual passion, in a while, since it was designed and engineered. So perhaps that combination, instead of frying this ship, it actually birthed an artificial intelligence. And maybe for a little while, it wanted to spread this awakening to the other ships, but it just doesn't work like that. Because it's a virus at the end of the day. So all these other ships break down or, you know, short circuit, stuff like that.
Yeah, like maybe they were making a statement in like a statement in relation to their beliefs or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But that passion kind of got mutated from like, cause like probably what it was is that the ship itself that was going to act as the launch point wasn't meant to come out unscathed. Like it was probably going to be an unusable ship. So that would be why they would need this spare ship. They wouldn't want to do it to their own ship because, you know, they're going to need to keep flying in space and getting away and doing whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be why they would want this, you know, a junk ship to launch it from.
Yes.
So it's not that they needed this specific ship, they just needed a ship.
Yes. Now another question would be, does it gain enough of a consciousness to name itself? Or do you think it's too early for it to either make up its own name or be named?
Well, it might know its designation.
Okay.
So it might refer to itself as Lucky Riot. Or maybe just Lucky for short.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so are these like, is this like a cult? A hacker cult?
Excuse me, sorry. Yeah, I was kind of thinking it was some type of techno cult type thing.
Alright, so the hackers are zealots from a techno cult and wanted to make a message by launching the virus from a dummy ship. The virus merely broke down ships in the vicinity, but the passage message inside the virus somehow twists the programming of the Lucky Riot's computer system, giving it the beginnings of self-awareness.
Yeah, I like that.
And then what happens after that though? So should we pick up from there to see, like, you know, like whether or not the zealots continue to pilot this thing, or if someone in this space station picks it up? Like, should we go ahead and pick a new captain?
I think it's time to pick a new captain.
Alright, let's see. Who encounters this ship and takes it from here? So 19, so 1, 2, 3, 4 here. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So a showboating greaser. They run their mouth, add stripes to everything, and sure ain't chicken.
Wow.
Okay. So
that second part.
Alright, 1 second. Let me add. So the next captain.
I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick.
Showboating.
I will be right back.
Greaser. Alright, so yeah, this is pretty fun so far. We have a ship that is starting to take on history, literally starting to take on a personality. I think I have some comments about the game itself so far. I'm gonna stay aware that there's going to be some kind of new edition or new version that's going to be reworked at some point, because they just had a Kickstarter for one in January, which was funny because I didn't know about that. I'd picked it up. The link is in the pinned comment too. You can pick it up off of itch. There's also a lot of community copies available, so if you're unable to purchase it, you can still get it and play it yourself. But yeah, it's kind of a thought it was time to play, you know, something other than Legends of Akaroth. That's my main campaign, my main solo game right now, but I do have like a library of other games that I wanted to play, and this is one of them. And I thought that perhaps we could get it done in a single session. And I think we might. We're coming up on 2 hours, but once we're done with this captain, we could move on to Act 2, and I think there's 3 acts. Yeah. So we got the High Era, and then a Time of Strife. I guess too, this would be kind of more like these. Variety is the spice of life, and who doesn't love a cheeky collab? Hello, Killer. Good morning. Cheeky just ran to the bathroom. I can give an overview of where we've come so far. Let me also show a quick flash of our ship. So there it is. All the cheek. Yeah, so there's the start of our ship. We've changed the ship a little bit so far, but it was mostly regarding the fuel system, so it's not exactly visible, but that's what it looks like right now. It's sort of like a sporty, nimble model. I've been looking for a bit, but summary is welcome. Sure. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, so we have 3 traits to our ship. It's outdated. It was produced as a proof of concept, but just as it was being shown to investors, a major breakthrough in shipbuilding happened, and that resulted in a higher spec of ship. So our ship was already outdated before it could even reach mass production. Still a good ship though. And the breakthrough was in the fuel system engineering. So it's a little bit finicky, requires some jiggling and wiggling. And the breakthrough made improvements to fuel systems. So they naturally wanted to move towards that. And that's why the ship kind of was all obsolete before it could even get mass produced. But it's nimble, easy to handle, flies smoothly. Was meant to be top of the class in how it's piloted. And it's called the Lucky Riot X001. And then we're in Act 1 right now. We just had our first captain, who is a thief. They stole it, tried to sell it. Turns out that they can't because it's one of a kind. There are, like, the parts used for it are going to be, like, very hard for a black market dealer to sell, because there are no other ships that could use some of those parts without a lot of work. And so Maria kind of let it sit for a year, and then these zealots in a some kind of techno cult paid Maria to use the ship as a launch point for a super virus. The virus knocked out ships at a spaceport, but our ship, the virus kind of twisted its programming, and now it has like the beginnings of a personality. And now we're working on our next captain.
Okay, I'm back.
Hello.
Okay.
While you were gone, I kind of realized that this Act 1, because, you know, it's called the High Era, and these captains are, like, pretty, you know, kind of cool and, like, wealthy? Maybe not wealthy, but, you know, like, kind of high class. But we kind of went straight to a thief.
Yeah. We went to a thief, and then now we're with a
showboating greaser. Which I think still kind of works. Yeah. Because after that kind of event, who's going to want to touch the ship? But maybe this person does. Yeah. Let's see.
Who doesn't love a cheeky collab?
Yeah. Let's let's go ahead and pick a name. So 16. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Pusher. Okay. 6.
Pusher.
4, 5,
Wow.
6. Pusher fine letter.
Wow. What a name.
I mean, it does sound kind of showy.
It does.
So, okay, so Pusher fine letter. I think, you know, maybe he likes this ship. Like, you know, it's sort of a sporty,
Love at
design.
First sight.
Yeah.
Love at first sight.
So even though, because, you know, this ship probably got abandoned right there in the port.
Yep.
And like, no one else is going to really want to touch it now. Especially now that it might be talking. Or if it's not talking yet, it maybe like the programming does things that it shouldn't be doing.
Yeah. Could you imagine the security guard for that port? You know, in the late hours where everything's nice and quiet, and they walk past that ship and they just hear the whole time.
Yeah, or like they're like the hatches or something, like the vent flaps or something move up and down. There's nobody on the ship. The ship is powered down, but there's, you know, there's movement and stuff like that.
There's movement, yeah.
As the ship is trying to, you know,
not normal ship sounds.
Okay. Let's see. I was gonna write something and then I lost it. Okay.
Oh no.
So it has speeding of ship awareness. Yeah, I would say maybe it can't speak yet. Like, you know, it doesn't have like a voice module or something installed or something.
Right. Maybe it's trying to figure out how to communicate.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so it can't speak yet, but it starts learning how to communicate by utilizing its ship programming, like opening vent hatches or turning on alarms without the captain or crew touching it. Alright, and then the Zealots abandoned the ship at the port.
Oh man, the birds in front of my window, they woke up and there's a fight happening in that tree.
Okay, so the Zealots abandoned the ship at the port because it was a junk ship for the sake of launching the virus. No one else wanted to touch it, except Pusher, who fell in love at first sight with its sporty design. Even though the spooky stuff was happening. So maybe he ignored, like, the whole, like, hey, this is, you know, this is an old stolen ship. And also there's some weird things happening with it. He loves it anyway. Okay, so What infamous location do they claim to have braved victory? So this is about Pusher.
Burb Wars, yeah.
So, yeah, what is Pusher's supposed claim to fame?
Maybe he claims that he was an ace pilot in like a war that recently happened. Maybe it was not necessarily a big war. Maybe it was more like a skirmish.
Border skirmishes.
But maybe he claimed that he was like, you know, one of the best pilots, and you know, he could, you know, pilot anything that has an engine. So maybe it could also be.
I was gonna say maybe in the like the finger quotes outreaches.
Yeah.
Where it would be easy for no one to have heard of him.
Yep. No one can fact check him. And maybe too, maybe he kind of buys into that as well. Like he kind of believes he is this ace pilot. So it could be also why he's so drawn to this vessel as well.
Okay, so Pusher's claim to fame is that he's one of the best pilots from a series of border skirmishes from the outreaches, which is easy to say because no one can fact check him. He presents himself as an ace pilot that can fly anything, but also believes it himself, and finds himself drawn to this ghost ship. Okay, and then it says, describe the tasteless, go faster features they add to your hull. Switch back to CSP. Okay, so I it said to add stripe, like who adds stripes to everything. I definitely think some stripes are in order here.
Yes.
Do we? All right. Okay. So new paint job for sure.
Yep.
I didn't add color to this because it just sort of said a sketch, but okay. So
what if the base color is kind of like just a blue-gray, you know?
Yeah.
It's kind of a very neutral.
Yeah, kind of that shiny metal.
Yeah. And then he just puts like chartreuse stripes everywhere.
Oh my god. See, I was thinking of like hot rod red kind of vibe, but
yeah, I was also thinking that too, but I was just
but that is kind of normal. So I guess chartreuse.
I know, because I know you love that color so much.
I'm gonna use the neon chartreuse though. I'm not using the baby poop green chartreuse.
Yeah, fair.
Okay. Yeah. So trim over here for sure. You know what's worse than like racing stripes? Racing flames. So, there's gonna be flames down the
dude. So what? The ship has turned into a monster sponsored,
a monster energy drink sponsor.
Yeah. sponsored by Monster Energy Drink.
I'm kind of liking this though.
Yeah, I kind of am too.
You know what? I'm kind of liking this color. This color is kind of actually working out.
So besides the stripes, now we also have to add go faster.
Yeah, we actually do need to add like something to the whole. Oh shoot! Maybe go under again.
You can race if you want to. You can leave your friends behind. Because if your friends don't race, and if they don't race, then they're no friends of mine.
Okay. Cool. And then maybe set this to multiply, but that's not gonna quite work because of the white. Okay.
Yeah,
that kind of works.
It's gonna stand out so much, and that's the way he likes it.
Exactly. Now we're gonna just change that back to normal. Okay, so yeah, something to the hull, which is kind of funny because it's already built for like aerodynamic or space dynamic, whatever. But he doesn't know what he's doing or like what he's talking about.
Oh my god.
Maybe slightly.
Yeah. So what if on the top part? It's like an annoying looking like crest
like
thing.
A spoiler.
Yeah. But it has like these tiny little booster things that are supposed to like enhance the overall speed. This ship is so cute. Yeah.
So something basically like a shark fin.
Yeah, it looks
like a shark fin, but then it has these little like booster things, and they don't make it like they do make it go fast, but it kind of jacks up the handling.
Yeah, and also because of where it's positioned to, the afterburner stuff, it like scores the back part of the ship too.
Oh yeah, like it kind of like makes it grungy back here.
Yeah. So back there it looks hideous, but like, he doesn't care about that because, it's all about the front and the profile. It's don't look at that part.
Doesn't think about the consequences.
Yeah.
Cuz he's not a
burning her poor ass every single time he hits that button.
Yeah.
It's becoming a little moth coated. Like a lunar moth?
Oh, yeah.
Lunar moths kind of have that green.
Oh, I'm on the wrong layer. It's alright.
Kind of like eerie green.
And then like coming up through here.
I'm just thinking, you know how sometimes they had airplanes and jets that had the shark with like the teeth around
Yeah.
You imagine thousands of years in the future and it's still a motif.
Sharks are just that cool, you know?
I mean, yeah, they are immortal, practically. They've been around since the dinosaurs. I mean, I really don't doubt that they'll still be here after we're gone.
Yeah.
They might become the next dominant race.
I just kind of want to indicate what this little thing over here is doing.
I kind of hate this captain, and I also kind of love this captain.
Yeah. I mean, that's good though, right? Because like,
right.
You don't really like Han Solo at first. Yeah. Or at least you're not exactly meant to.
Herder.
Okay, there we go. Cool.
That is awesome.
And then but the janky fuel system is still janky.
Yep. Yeah. So this extra bit here, it doesn't do it any favors.
No,
at all.
No, it doesn't. No. If anything, it probably makes it worse.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Oh, and I gotta add the.
Will this ship ever get a captain that actually cares?
It could have had one, but alas, it was born too late. There we go.
Amazing.
And a little bit of the exhaust burn here.
Amazing.
All right. I'm actually gonna leave you to entertain again. I've got to use the bathroom and fill up on water.
Okay.
I just need to. Well, I can leave it on the ship because that's more interesting to look at. So I'll be right back.
Okay. God, I love this ship. I really do. It's amazing. Yeah, I'm enjoying this game so far. This is pretty fascinating to walk through this. I'm kind of hoping in the second act, though, that we actually get a competent captain that will actually, you know, give the love that Lucky Riot deserves. I am absorbing so much of this, learning a lot. Oh, cool. That's good to hear. Excuse me. This is also really scratching my sci-fi itch. I haven't really delved into sci-fi in a while. I think the last time I did was sometime last year. I was writing something like a sci-fi horror. And I got so invested in the world building and stuff that when it came to the story and everything, I could not hit the deadline. And I had like a mini burnout, not a severe one, but now it's like this right here, it's kind of revitalizing that aspect of my creativity.
Which aspect?
Remember when I was last year I was writing that sci-fi horror thing that we were gonna do?
Oh yes, yes.
I was just saying how I got a little burned out.
Yeah.
You know, because like the deadline that I set for myself and everything.
Yeah, it was a little short notice.
Yeah, but playing this, it's like it's kind of revitalizing that drive to work on that some more.
Okay. So we answered what tasteless go faster features they add to the whole. I need to make a note of that.
Yep.
So.
I'm still kind of blindsided by the fact that he's named Pusher. Or that at least his alias is Pusher.
Mm-hmm. Alright, so Pusher is not a ship engineer. In his grand plan of making the ship faster, he adds a shark fin to the top of the hull and paints bright chartreuse racing flames over the hull. However, the shark fin's boosters skew the handling of the ship, does nothing for the already janky fuel system, and also leaves sooty burn marks on the rear end of the hull. I'm also imagining too that like over time the paint job of this thing gets, you know, a little grungier, a little faded and stuff, so I'm imagining like these chartreuse racing flames getting kind of faded.
Yeah.
Okay, so we entered the captain questions, and now we need to choose an event from the tables. And what did I roll? I just kind of rolled a d20, right?
I think so. I think that's what you did.
Alternatively, what I could do is, let's see, so there's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Maybe what I could do, this is very...
Warhammer orc coded.
Oh.
Cool look equals faster, or at least the captain's thinking. Science has no power here.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
Warhammer.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, definitely what Pusher's brain is thinking. Maybe the ship is frantically trying to tell him, hey, this isn't gonna work. But Pusher's
maybe he thinks the flashing red lights are party lights.
Okay, so, oh shoot, I said there were 5 tables, so what I could do is I could roll a d6 to determine which table, and then roll a d6 on that table.
Sounds good.
That would be better. And if I roll a 6,
I like that.
If I roll a 6 on this first one, I'll just roll again.
Yeah, there we go. Just
okay, so I got a 2, so it's gonna be on, over here, the scum and villainy. So out of fuel and funds, your captain was forced to land at the nearest space station. Describe the port, why they would never have willingly stopped there. What risky or demeaning task were they demanded to perform to get restocked?
Wow.
Okay, alright. I think this is good because we have this greaser dude. Oh, hello, Amaya.
Hi.
Hi, you two. Just wanted to say I'm here. I've been here, but just trying to get ready for work. So how do you want us? I got ready. Wanted to make sure you get reviews. Thank you so much. You're just like the sweet little like I don't know, views fairy, like views angel, like guardian views angel, guardian stream angel.
There we go.
Yeah, I got there eventually. Wallfly. Okay, so this guy, you know, he claims that he was a hotshot pilot from the outreaches in the skirmishes and stuff out there.
Yeah.
But what if the space station is kind of gritty? It's filled with like he talked the walk, but these people walk it. These people live it. They're the ones who have face down gunfire, lived another day to tell about it. They have the battle scars.
Some of them have like, you know, prosthetics and
yeah. Just gonna check out some of my okay. Alright, so Pusher finds himself out of fuel and out of money and is forced to dock at a space station port he would normally never ever dock at. Pusher likes to overhype his achievements, but the captains that frequent this port live them. He is obviously a showboater and a liar to them. So, they have to do, so he has to do a risky or demeaning task in order to get restocked. So maybe so they're not just gonna refuel him if he's going to just simply, you know, get destroyed or something, you know? Because that'd be a waste of fuel.
Yeah.
But what if someone pays for his fuel in exchange for him being kind of like the scapegoat? So
scapegoat for what?
I'm not sure yet. Something probably kind of bad, maybe some kind of crime. But like the people who get him to agree to this, they probably trick him too. Let's be honest here. He's probably not that bright. But
no.
They offer to pay for his fuel in exchange for, I don't know, maybe some kind of delivery of contraband or something. And so the cost of the fuel that they give him outweighs, or like is like much cheaper than them doing this. Because if they were doing this, they would have to spend a lot more money. Because they would be trying not to get caught and stuff. But Pusher has this ghost ship that can't be scanned.
Yes.
And he doesn't really know that. He doesn't really he
doesn't even know that it has that quirk, you know?
Yeah, they're just like when he was
this is actually a really lucky ship.
He was trying to dock at the station. They're like, we can't scan your ship, and he's just like, maybe your stuff's just broken.
Yeah. That sounds like a you problem.
Like, look, I'm out of fuel. I'm just gonna dock, all right?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, maybe they're trying to get him to deliver some contraband. They know he's gonna get busted, but maybe there's somebody who's, you know, like someone on whatever enforcement squad or whatever, you know, like dock police or something. Maybe they have, you know, a mole planted in the team. Yeah. So they want him to get captured because their person can go in and take the contraband.
That sounds good.
And then like paying for his fuel is a lot better, like a lot cheaper than paying somebody to go in and then get out safely.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah.
I like the sound of that, yeah.
Yeah. Maybe it's planet side too.
I was saying while you were having your restroom break, that I really do hope that the Lucky Riot will get a competent captain soon. So far, the odds have not been in her favor at all.
Yeah. I mean, you know, we'll own it eventually.
True.
I don't know if we're competent, but... Alright, so at the port, he agrees to make a delivery planet-side in exchange for fuel. However, he doesn't know that he's been tricked into being a scapegoat for smugglers. The smugglers get a cheap deal. The cost of fuel is cheaper than paying a mercenary or other smuggler to get in and out safely. They fully intend on Pusher getting captured by the planet's law enforcement, and their mole planted in the forces will be able to recover the contraband easily. Pusher will get sacrificed, but they naturally don't care. All right. Yeah, that sounds good. So then I guess I'll just kind of roll for time because I think, you know, if law enforcement grabbed him, they likely grabbed the ship too.
Confiscated it, yeah.
Yeah, confiscated it. 5. So it is going to be confiscated or whatever for 5 minutes for a century.
Woo! That paperwork, man.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, so here it says choose once on Dust and Rust and once on Shift and Currents. So we could have 2 events. Hey, chat, can I get a... Oh, we can give you a brief rundown, too. We're playing a, well, I say playing, but I have a bit of critique, but I'll get to that later, I think. Yeah. But we're playing a solo game, which basically helps you create a spaceship, and then you take it through the history of its life, through the different captains that pilots it. Oh, I didn't interrupt. No, you're fine. You're all right. Because, you know, maybe someone else is lurking and only just got here too. So we've had a couple of captains so far. We've had 2. And we've basically kind of determined what hijinks they got into. And now we're kind of working towards the period of time between our second captain and our third captain. The first, well, let me go back up to the top. Let's see. So and I can show you the picture too. I don't know if you're able to look at your screen, but I'll have that up while I describe it. So it didn't start out looking like this with the flames. That was our second captain's doing. But the ship was created as kind of like a proof of concept to show off like peak design when it came to being nimble and agile and easy to fly. But the problem was that the fuel system was basically kind of it was the best that they could do with technology at this time. But just as they were ready to start presenting this ship to investors, there was a breakthrough in engineering fuel systems, and it solved the problems, but that immediately made this ship outdated. So they created one of them and then immediately never made another one ever again. And it's called the Lucky Riot X001. So it sat in storage, and then the first captain came into possession of it. Maria Demoire is a wanted thief who's devious and skillful. They stole the ship by accident on their latest heist because they often steal ship parts to sell to black market dealers, and they had the idea of stealing a whole ship to maybe enter the market themselves, or to at least have a steady stream of money. But they wound up making a hasty getaway on this ship, and no one would buy it because it's a one-of-a-kind ship and had some proprietary stuff on it that won't work on other ships. And so dealers basically said it was useless. No one would buy it. So it sits in a, kind of sits discarded for a year. And then some outlaw hackers pay Maria for access to it to use the ship to launch a super virus from its computer. These hackers were zealots of a techno cult, and wanted to send a message that kind of broke down a lot of other ships at this port. But the virus mutated the ship's computer, and now it has the start of kind of like artificial intelligence. It can't speak yet, but it does have like the beginnings of self-awareness. And because the ship never made it to mass production in the public market, its systems are off of most radars, so it doesn't show up well, if at all, on ship scans. And because it vanished, it reappeared again, caused some chaos, and then kind of winds up vanishing again a little. It starts being known as like a ghost ship. Okay, interesting. Entirely not what I expected. I thought you two were making the characters who stole the ship. It's very interesting. Yeah, we sort of did.
Yeah.
Yeah, we sort of kind of came up with the character that first stole it. We then had our second captain, Pusher Fineletter, a showboating greaser, who made some go fast modifications to the ship, added this tacky shark fin with boosters on top, which really like jacks up the careful, nimble, agile design of the ship. So it actually now makes it less easy to handle, and then like leaves scorch and burn marks across the top of the hull. He added racing flames to it. And then that's kind of where we wound up now, with him getting busted for having contraband, and now the ship's been confiscated for a century, I think, right?
Yeah,
a century.
And also my sentiments exactly. This poor ship. I already said it earlier this stream. I might actually cry over this ship. It better get a decent ending. I don't care about the captains. Whatever.
Alright, so the ship gets confiscated and lays dormant for a century. And now we need to choose... It says choose once on Dust and Rust and once on Ships and Currents. So I guess we can do that instead of including those extra tables. Maybe? Drifts and Destitution. Oh, yeah. Yeah, because we're it's kind of stuck in one place right now.
Yeah.
But maybe we could pick between roots and complots, and then the shifts and currents. But for first, Dust and Rust, yeah, we can roll a thing.
We've been switch screens.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, we've been kind of rolling dice. It doesn't tell you to roll dice, but we've
we wanted to add a little spice.
A little bit of randomness.
Yeah. A little bit of chaos.
Alright, so I got a 2, which would be this. You are abandoned in a destitute junkyard on a bleak backwater planet. What harsh climates makes this place so inhospitable, and how are your systems affected? Okay, that makes sense, because like for a century they're not like a law enforcement force is not going to just have a ship sitting in a a parking lot basically for a century. They are going to eventually junk it.
I'm just thinking about how Pusher has to now spend like decades in jail or something.
Yeah, didn't even know what he was hauling, probably.
Mm-hmm.
They were like, "Oh, this is just some cargo."
In his cell, he's like graffitied the ship on his walls, longing for the day when he can get out and pilot Lucky Riot again. It's never gonna happen.
No. Okay, so what harsh climate makes this place so inhospitable, and how are your systems affected? Well, we were starting out with the beginnings of an artificial intelligence. But eventually it probably does kind of go to sleep because, you know, it needs to be powered by some kind of energy source, and if it's not getting that for a century, it's probably going to go to sleep after some point.
Yeah.
But maybe it learns what loneliness is.
Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe it's not even so much the harsh climate, but just like the loneliness is what affects it the most. And I mean, solitude or loneliness is a harsh climate for some people.
Yep.
It's a very subjective thing.
Maybe this planet, maybe it's got a lot of volatile storms.
Oh yeah, that would electrical boosts, like power surges and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe that's another thing too, where it like every now and then there's like a power surge, and like you can see ships kind of briefly light up and stuff. So it's very spooky, very eerie. But it kind of jolts the ship every now and then, kind of like, you know, like when you're sleeping and you're sleeping kind of fitfully, and you wake up, you go back to sleep, you wake up, you go back to sleep, and you get kind of disoriented.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe it's kind of like that. You don't know when you're awake, and you don't know when you're asleep. Are we kind of
like
towing? We're kind of towing the line into space horror.
I know.
Psychological space horror.
Could you imagine it just every now and then when it kind of wakes up, it groggily sending out like a distress signal?
Oh, that's so sad.
If anyone will respond.
Like pinging.
Pinging. Yeah, you just hear this very slow, like, ping.
Maybe that distress signal is how like the next captain acquires it.
Yeah.
All right, so
it's an unusual thing, yeah.
Yeah, and then like maybe it gets ignored a few times because it's coming from a junkyard. It's probably a faulty, faulty system or something. But maybe that's when some kind of some kind of voice. Maybe not like, you know, me talking right now, not that kind of voice, but some kind of extra sound is woven in.
Yeah.
So it's not so much the harsh climate that affects the ship as it is the loneliness of being discarded. The planet experiences frequent and powerful electrical storms, causing power surges through the various discarded ships. The Lucky Riot, with its beginnings of sentience, is put through a central of fitful sleep, waking briefly during power surges and learning the meaning of loneliness, while being sent back into the void of nothing when the power runs out again. Okay, I think I'm looking at the game, or liking the game, or maybe just how well you two work together. Thanks. I mean, we've been best friends for over 20 years, so we know
we're kind of interlinked.
Yeah.
Interlinked.
Yeah. Where one of us goes, the other one is usually not too far behind.
Oh no, don't give it sentience. Don't turn it into Wall-E. Yeah.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Already sad.
Yeah, it's okay. We already have a fate for this ship. I honestly wish my friends would play these games with me. Yeah. The Zachary Cheeky duo is pretty touching. Thanks!
Aw, thanks.
Like, the amount of times that we've been called weirdos.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Usually by people like IRL, you know, like offline and stuff. Like, cause like we've worked at a couple of jobs together, and
yeah.
What am I chopped liver? He's right there. Oh yeah, we've some people offline think we're weird, but I mean, like, honestly, they just don't know what good friendship is. And a lot of those people didn't wind up having happy lives either.
Yeah, so
if it doesn't find its Eve or whatever her name was and get a happy ending, I'm gonna riot. Oh yeah, so we just there's actually this the base thing doesn't really have a fate section, but there's a fate for, like, in the extra content there's a table for fates of the captains.
Ooh, okay.
But so maybe we can utilize that later or something. But
yeah, that'd be fun.
We've already decided a fate for our ship, and then that's it's gonna be a ship that is from another dimension, like we are. That's part of our lore, is that Cheeky is from one dimension and I'm from another dimension, and we kind of we bumped into each other through the veil, the space between dimensions. And this spaceship is going to be from yet another dimension, and it's going to be the spaceship in which we chill and hang out in between our trips to various worlds. Brave Little Toaster was kind of
traumatizing. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. I know. I watched that movie a couple of times, and the fact that I can't really remember it says to me that it was kind of traumatizing.
Yeah, no, I unfortunately, I actually remember watching that as a kid, and I was just like, even as a kid, I was like, this isn't fun. This isn't really whimsical. This is kind of depressing.
Yeah, the vague images I'm calling in my brain aren't very cozy and bright either.
No, it wasn't. And I was just like, man.
Okay, so now we need to pick from shifts and currents.
Okay.
So this is where we change something about the world around you.
Ooh.
Yeah, let me just Click that D6 button. We get 2 again. Is this thing like is this rigged?
Yeah, that's a lot of 2s.
Alright. One of your captains is lionized far beyond their wildest achievements. Which exploit is most egregiously exaggerated in the popular stories? Which story is never told? Well, there's only 2 captains. So, which one of them gets lionized? I don't think I've heard of.
That's such an interesting description.
The Last Unicorn is not for kids.
It's not.
I watched that as an adult because I had remembered like some snippets here and there, and I was like, this is not for kids. Yeah. This is like Courage the Cowardly Dog. Yeah, that's
okay.
Cheeky loves that one.
I love that cartoon, but see, that cartoon probably is what established my weird relationship with horror, where it terrified me. It gave me nightmares and night terrors, and yet I still loved watching it.
I didn't like it because I thought it was ugly.
Okay, you know what? That cartoon was so innovative because it had so many different art styles put in there. That was amazing to me as a kid. But yeah, there was a lot of messed up stuff in there, which I was like, man, I don't know if I should be watching this. But yeah. Yeah, this one's kind of weird for our captains, you know? Really, the only one I can think of that would have this would be Pusher.
Yeah, I was thinking perhaps, like, maybe it doesn't end all poorly for him. Maybe he doesn't wind up rotting in jail until the end of his days. Maybe there was something about the contraband. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was actually for like rebels or something, you know? And maybe the law enforcement that captured him was part of maybe some kind of regimen that was needing to go down or something. And maybe the contraband that he delivered was tools to dismantle it. And so maybe he became a hero?
He became like a folk hero?
Yeah, by accident.
By accident. Oh
maybe,
my god.
And maybe he accidentally got to escape. Because like maybe they didn't intend for him to make it out. You know, they thought, you know, they were just using him as a device, as a tool. So they didn't expect him to ever like get out. But maybe by like happenstance, the jail cells get unlocked or whatever, he gets out, somehow manages to make it through the fires, and gets recognized, and then maybe the rebels decide to capitalize on that instead of, you know, they turn him into a hero, and they're like, you did great, like, you were awesome, you were the one that, you know, almost like still kind of puppeteering him.
Yeah.
But since, you know, this is working out very well for him, he doesn't know and doesn't mind, doesn't pick up on it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Wow, that's wild. Yeah, some of the stuff we watched as kids, man.
I remember that, yeah. The first one.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't remember it too well either.
Yeah, I watched a lot of Land Before Time as well, but I rarely ever watch the first one because that one is the most depressing one.
That one is the most depressing.
I actually cried with the whole mom scene. Like that ruined me as a kid. It really did. So like but you know, I was really into dinosaurs, so I would watch pretty much all the other ones except for that one. Cuz like the tone completely changed after the first one. Which, by the way, I saw in an ad that Steven Spielberg is releasing a Netflix series on dinosaurs. And it's like CGI dinosaurs.
I'm just writing down what we just spoke.
Yeah, not a problem. Big Big Water, that song is still kind of stuck in my head. The CGI dinosaurs, yeah. Yeah, Fern Gully was a pretty good one, but that one also, it was really, that one was an interesting one. Big, big, big water. It's a big, 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 big water. Yeah. Yeah. Granted, it gave us Chomper, but at what cost? Yeah, I know. Ugh. I remember growing up, I wanted a Chomper plush so bad. Ugh. He was just a little guy. Yeah. Yeah, Fern Gully was very heavy-handed about the environmental issues.
Oh yeah, Fern Gully for sure. I liked that one though, as a kid.
Yeah.
I didn't think...
Yeah. Mostly because it was like, fairies!
Yeah! A little bit of, what, romantic tension, I think?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then the bad guy.
Fern Gully explains a lot of, you know, a lot of things. No, it's okay. No, it's okay. Zachary's typing up what we just discussed, so it's fine. Yeah, I like Ducky too. I also related to Ducky because being the older sister, but also being very small. I relate to that. The Ooze was voiced by Tim Curry. And he kind of kills it.
He sure did.
He's
went very memorable.
Yeah.
Right up there with Scar.
Yeah.
Scar Amazing. And the tiger from Jungle Book.
Bashira.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bashira.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. During the Lucky Riot's junkyard time, Pusher is in jail, but not for long. It turned out that the contraband he smuggled in unknowingly was not for crime purposes, but for a rebellion against a terrible regime that controlled the planet. During the takeover, the prison he was locked in had its systems go down, and he was able to escape. When the rebels found this out, they took advantage of him again, and turned him into a local folk hero by claiming he knew what he was doing from the beginning. Pusher ate this up, and half believed it himself, while not knowing the rebels were continuing to use him for their gain. Oh, just stretching. All right, so we had our a little bit of an epilogue for our second captain there, which is kind of cool. So that's also a little bit sad because, you know, the Lucky Riot is basically rusting away in this kind of tormented, fitful sleep, while Pusher kind of becomes a hero. But I would say that this does kind of give the Lucky Riot a little bit of a hope, because if Pusher becomes famous, then so would the ship that he got captured in.
Mm-hmm. And you know he's not going to keep his mouth shut about the Lucky Riot.
Oh yeah, you know? Yeah. He probably, probably genuinely misses it, and because he's silly like that.
Yeah.
Alright, so he genuinely misses the Lucky Riot, which continues to persist in legends and rumors, thanks to being the ship that Pusher Fineletter rode in on to save the day.
That's his steed.
Yep. Okay, so now we get to move on to Act 2, A Time of Strife.
Yippee! Love me some strife.
Like this. Alright, yeah, so I guess it just gives us more captains to choose from here. So I guess these captains are kind of like more thematically in line with the act titles. So, yeah, I mean, like, they give us these extra tables, but there's no guidance on how to utilize the extra tables.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, the prompts are all cool and stuff, it's just the utilization of them. Okay, so it looks like this one we kind of do the same thing. We choose captain, answer the captain questions, choose an event, see if we want to answer any ship questions. Which I don't think we... Yeah. We've sort of already did this. And we already kind of did this top one. Okay, so I guess we pick another captain, which I think I was rolling a d6 to pick a table.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, it's a 3, it's not a 2. So this is 1. 2, 3. So this table. Yeah. Alright, now I'll roll another 4. Oh, another thief? We already did a thief.
Roll again.
Oh! You know what? These are labeled for their acts, I think.
Oh, yeah. I see it now. Yep.
That's pretty easy to miss.
Yeah.
Because it's Roman numerals.
Yep.
We're just gonna do whatever we want, I guess.
Yeah.
Let me pick another one. So,
yeah, go ahead.
3. A science expedition. A studious crew working to solve an enduring mystery. Okay. Maybe... Alright, so you know how we were talking about sending a distress signal, and maybe the distress signal kind of has that intelligence kind of mixed in, that kind of that plea, that cry for help of the ship woven into it.
Yeah.
Maybe they want to learn about that.
Their curiosity draws them.
Yeah.
Towards it, yeah.
Maybe yeah, maybe a crew comes in on like a research vessel in the area, and the area, like the planet, is probably not manned by people. You know, it's probably automated. So no one really hears the distress signal that's being sent out until these guys come in. And they get kind of drawn in towards it.
Yes.
What?
Oh, I just got an idea.
Hit me.
So these scientists, right, get drawn to this ship, right?
Yeah.
And it ends up on this volatile planet, correct?
Yeah.
So what if at this point, it's been a while.
Yeah.
What if they find out about this this burgeoning AI, right? With no name though. So what if they give it a name and they call it Siren?
Oh.
Because of the whole, they were drawn in, but it was like a very volatile planet, so very dangerous. But, it really piques their curiosity, their fascination though. So
is it going to be spelled like the normal word?
yeah, let's just spell it like a normal word. Unless if you could think of a cooler way of spelling it.
Oh, you know what too? After that takeover, perhaps no one comes back to the junkyard planet because that was part of the regimen. And
Yeah.
with changes in government and stuff, they don't have the resources to bother with, some junkyard. So no one has really come out here either. It's just kind of forgotten about.
Yeah. Man, this ship keeps getting like forgotten so many times. I'll be right back.
Yeah,
I
sure.
need to use the restroom and I need to fill up on my water.
All right. Okay, so Siren. A science expedition comes within range of the junkyard planet, which becomes forgotten during the rebellion and aftermath. They pick up a distress signal that the Lucky Riot pings out into space anytime it wakes up during a power surge, as a half-awake plea for anyone to answer in its despair and loneliness. This distress signal is warped by its fledgling intelligence, which piques the curiosity of the science expedition. They name this intelligence Siren. Woo! Cool, cool. And then when Cheeky comes back, we'll answer these questions about this science expedition and its leader. Yeah, nice to see that y'all are enjoying this so far. Nice to see that the stream is holding up. I guess it still kind of works to go to an IT guy and be like, hey, this thing isn't working. And I guess that threat still works even though the IT guy isn't an IT guy anymore. Because ever since I talked to our buddy, the stream has been kind of holding up. So who knows, maybe it really was the internet provider having some issues or something. But hopefully those problems are in the past. That'd be very nice. Because I've got more games that I want to play sometime. Like Amaya kindly gifted the Call of Cthulhu bundle that has some solo modules in it. I've got, let's see, what else do I have in here? There's this other spaceship game called Instant Starship. That one I haven't read yet. I think it's kind of similar into where you have a spaceship of some kind. Stream has been working great. Thanks. That's good. Yeah, very good. Glad. Yeah, I don't know. I can't quite remember off the top of my head, but I haven't read the Instant Starship yet. And then there's the Across 1,000 Dead Worlds. I kind of want to look at that some. I think that might be kind of interesting. Comes with some battle maps too. That's cool. Some play sheets. Welcome back. I just typed up what we said.
Okay.
So now we can answer the questions. Describe their eccentric leader and why they won't give up. So who is this eccentric leader? I want to play that still. Yeah. I need more time in the day. Maybe let's see. I got this. Let's see. I got maybe we can roll something off of this oracle.
Okay.
Like an eccentric leader, describe them. Do I have? Let's see, that's companion stuff. Random tables. Quest, random event. Immersion. Expectation. Plot point. Okay. Wilderness. Natural hazard. Settlement. Okay. So I guess I could roll for like kind of NPC stuff. So like personality, need, motive, topic, action. So maybe I can, let's see, that's a D10. I could roll a couple of times and see what we get. So for the first one, there's a 9. Confident. So maybe they're confident. This might not be a good thing.
No.
As we saw with Pusher.
Yeah.
Let's see, 4. They need security. So maybe they need job security. Maybe their job is at risk.
Yep.
Or their funding sources for scholarly stuff.
So they're desperate.
Yeah. And then 8. For motive / topic, I got equipment. Maybe that's why they're coming near here?
Yeah.
Junk stuff. In their desperation, they're looking for free equipment. Maybe
to help them.
Yeah, like maybe their own ship is damaged.
Maybe their own ship is a bucket of bolts.
Trading one bucket of bolts for another.
Another, yeah.
Let's see. And then I just roll for a name. 4. Danglar. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Danglar Gendarmo. That's a name.
I hate to say it, but I think Denglar got bullied a lot as a kid.
Yeah, sorry, Denglar. Alright, so Denglar Gendarmo is the leader of this expedition. They are desperate. Their job or source of funding for their research is on the line and at risk. But they are confident they can pull it off. However, their own ship is a bucket of bolts already, and they have come near the junkyard planet in hopes of free materials for repairs. Maybe two, their crew, their other expedition members are kind of starting to get fed up with this person.
Yep.
And now they're insisting that there's something intelligent in this distress signal that they've named Siren. But the other crew members just think it's, you know, something screwy with some dead ship on the planet. Storms. Yeah. It's the storms. Alright, so their crew is not confident in Denglar, however. They chafe under their directives and think Denglar is a few bolts shy themselves, as they claim there's intelligence in the odd distress signal coming from some dead ship on the junkyard planet. Denglar insists they land and check it out. Alright,
I like that.
Yeah.
A few bolts shy.
What makeshift contraption did they rig to aid their research? So I guess we could just imply this to mean that they find the ship and perhaps it is in better condition, you know? Because it's only been through 2 captains and it's just been more or less sitting here. Yeah. So perhaps, you know, it's in pretty good flyable condition. Shark fin aside. And then, what kind of research are they into, though?
Right, because what type of mystery are they trying to solve?
Yeah, like, what brought, like, aside from them coming over here to this planet for repairs. What brought them out in this area of space to begin with?
Yeah.
Let's see.
So a century passed. And then this science team comes by.
I got
repairs.
I got a few tables of things. I could roll a number and see what those various things are.
Yeah, why not? Yeah.
Jog our...
Yeah.
Okay,
Jumpstart.
So for possible keywords, I've got gold, tool, crate, gold coins, arcane, history, more gold, necklace, mithril, bow, mithril, top, like a shirt kind of top.
Mithril.
So there's a lot of gold or mithril. So maybe they're looking for some kind of valuable mineral. So maybe they're like researching or like an expedition to find sources of valuable minerals. And this person, yeah, and like maybe this person has some kind of legend of some, you know, like a treasure planet, of like a planet that's just loaded with this mineral or ore. And they're trying to find it.
Yeah, maybe they're actually trying to finalize some ship tech, you know? It would be pretty ironic to utilize Lucky Riot for another milestone.
Yeah. Okay. All right. What if? Okay, so yeah, they're seeking out this material, this mineral that they feel could help power a new ship computer. But ironically, I've kind of encountered a computer that kind of does what they were aiming to make.
Okay.
But because the Lucky Riot or Siren is still pretty new, maybe it's not like evident just yet. Like the idea sparks have not linked together yet in Denglar's mind. They think it's maybe just like odd little anomalies maybe in the, or like, you know, like, yeah, it's like maybe a little bit of intelligence, but it's simplistic. It can't communicate very well, so maybe it's... Well, I like the idea of them seeking out an ore, because for a makeshift contraption that they rig to the ship to aid their research, could be some kind of, you know, you mentioned arms before. Maybe this is where it gets like some kind of arm or two arms.
Yeah. Yes.
Utility arms. There we go.
Utility arms, yeah. Yeah, because maybe they found a planet or an asteroid or something that has this mineral, but it's dangerous for them to just go out on foot.
Right.
So it makes sense for them to just attach arms to this ship.
Oh, I have an idea. 1 second.
Yeah, not a problem.
Okay, alright. So first, Denglar's expedition was to locate a planet or an asteroid that is loaded with a type of ore or mineral that could be the next breakthrough in ship engineering. Denglar's crew attaches utility arms to the ship to aid in this research. Alright, what if... Alright, so what if this ore and stuff they were looking for is to help aid in ship engineering, but it's not really to do with ship intelligence. However, the ore stuff has the unexpected side effect of amplifying the Lucky Riot's siren personality.
Okay. Yeah, I can.
Oh. Okay, so maybe because this little asteroid thing, or maybe it's a small asteroid or something.
Okay.
The ship gets near it, and that's when it starts kind of resonating with the material, and maybe that's how Denglar puts 2 and 2 together and utilizes this material to create like a communication module between Siren and the ship, so that Siren can actually process what it's feeling and thinking and export that into speech, basically.
Okay, yeah. Develops a
Kind of like...
Develops a consciousness.
Yeah, because speaking is like sound waves and like vibrations and stuff. This is why I don't write sci-fi.
Vibrations and stuff.
So maybe there's something about this rock that has some kind of property that helps, like, vibrates or something, and
the resonance.
Yeah, and so the ship resonates with this material. The material then reacts with programming that Denglar creates and allows that resonance to be interpreted by the programming into a form of speech that we can recognize or learn, like a language.
It's kind of similar to when a child starts comprehending the language and starts associating things and is able to better, explain,
Yeah.
It's almost like a translator as well.
Or like a cat realizing that if I yell in this specific way, I get food. And if I yell in this way, I get pets.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. How do you feel about that?
Yeah. I feel very good about that.
No one tell me how sound works in speech and stuff. I have no idea. I was just kind of thinking about, like phones, you talking to a phone and then your voice comes out the other end in someone else's ear. Yeah. It's magic to me. I was an art student. I doodled in science classes. Okay. Okay, so yeah, this is gonna be an asteroid because I think it'll just be more obvious as to why you would want utility arms.
Yep.
Okay, was to locate an asteroid that is loaded with a type of ore. Okay.
I look forward to the drawing of the arms.
I mean, I have a pretty good reference point.
Right.
I might make them a little bit more utilitarian though, like a little bit more sturdier.
Yeah, yeah.
I think it is going to be like a different language. Like the sounds that get output are not going to be in like the language that these guys are speaking, because Siren's not going to know this language. They might not even be speaking the same language that their programming is written in. And so like, even if they could read their own programming and stuff like that, they might be communicating in thoughts and stuff where, yeah, it's a different language, and then like the sound output itself might not be anything that they've heard either. So so yeah, I think this is kind of working out to Denglar basically getting seen as like space crazed, because this ship thing is now making a bunch of weird noises and sounds and stuff like that, and Denglar is talking back to it. So I think it's just gonna be like really crazy from a third-party perspective. Did we lose you, Cheeky?
I'm so sorry. You kind of, yeah. I kind of zoned out. Sorry. I'm so sorry.
That's all right.
I'm here. Okay.
All right. Mm-hmm. So, did you catch it? Did you catch it?
No.
Oh, okay. Let me finish my sentence. Okay, so as they approach this asteroid, there's an unexpected resonance with Siren. Denglar puts two and two together, and in a fit of genius only they appreciate, because by this point the crew is ready for mutiny, they think Denglar is getting space crazed, a communication module is created with that ore. It allows Siren to speak, though the language isn't one that the crew or Denglar knows. So the crew thinks Denglar has lost it, because now they're talking back to the ship. Yeah, I was thinking that this, the way the speech output that Siren is creating is going to be in a different language.
Okay.
Kind of like, you know, like it is saying coherent thoughts and sentences, but because of the nature of the output, the way the sounds are, and then the fact that this crew might not even speak the language of the ship's original programming, it just comes out as its own language. And so
okay.
At first Denglar doesn't know what it's saying, and the crew definitely does not know what it's saying. but they just see Denglar speaking back to it. And so you got kind of like, you know, you got Siren and then you got Denglar. They speak two different languages and they're trying to start communicating with each other.
I like it.
Yeah, I kind of like it too. I actually have to use the bathroom now myself.
Okay.
So I'll be back.
All right. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. I kind of zoned out a little bit. Oh, here comes my son, my cat. Yes. Hello. Okay. Okay, time to pet my son. No. Oh, you're warm. I think this ambient space music is actually making me sleepy. It's not a good thing. Wonder if I should change up the music on my end to wake myself up. Let's see.
Alright, what did I miss?
Nothing much.
Were you entertaining the masses?
I was trying my best, yes. And then Aiko woke up, so he had to come by.
Yeah, come say hi.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Alright, so. Alright, buddy.
Yes.
We have. Technically, it wants us to have another captain, I think.
Yeah.
And then there was going to be like another one, another act called The Descent. Which I think is kind of like where they would start angling towards having, you know, kind of like the last owner before the current owners.
Right.
Alright. But I feel like we kind of have like a good start of this ship. Oh, I need to actually draw the arms. So let me do that while I'm talking.
Yeah.
All right. We are coming up on 12:30. It is 12:30. And I feel pretty good about the kind of ship we have made.
Mm-hmm.
How do you feel about potentially creating one more event around this captain, you know, like what happens now that this voice box has come into play?
Okay.
And then maybe kind of determining, you know, how it then comes into our hands and then calling it done.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds good. We're totally gonna repaint this though, right?
Yeah, most likely.
Get rid of the shark fin.
Let's see. I mean, like, this paint job is going to be, like, pretty distressed by now anyway.
Yeah, faded.
It's been undergoing storms for so long, for a century. Let's see. I'm going to move this here. Move that here. Y'all can see what I'm doing, right?
Yep.
Alright, good.
Yeah, I'm watching on the stream right now.
I can't see OBS right now, so.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. Alright, I just say that too because I am getting quite hungry.
I know, yeah.
I have a couple, I have to do my world building post for today, and I kind of feel like playing Palia.
Yeah. Yeah, I kind of feel like playing that too.
I'm glad you do, because I was like, should I feel like it? Alright, I'm thinking this is like, oh wait, it should be over here. Some kind of like hydraulic cable.
Yeah.
Or something. I don't know. Alright, and then there's two of these. I don't know if we really need to make a prompt though. For like how it comes into play.
Okay.
Or it comes into our hands.
I mean, yeah. Yeah, not really, huh?
No, because I feel like we have a pretty good idea what could happen next. Because I was like, oh, you know, the ship crew thinks Denglar has lost it. So what if they do mutiny?
Man.
Maybe something. And maybe Siren doesn't take this too well. And maybe there's something else in relation to that asteroid stuff. Oh, you know, maybe they still have their other ship, you know? Maybe it's being towed or something. Kind of limping along.
Yeah, kind of limping along, yeah.
Oh, and you know, too, most of the crew is probably still on that ship, while Danglar's been kind of hanging out with Siren on the Lucky Riot. And, maybe... so that leaves the crew able to conspire. And... maybe there's some kind of reaction with Siren. Oh, maybe Denglar dies in the crossfire.
Bro.
Accidentally pushes, or like, you know, there's like a little bit of a scuffle, and maybe someone's gun actually goes off by accident and kills Denglar.
Why does the science team have guns?
Well, because they're out in space. They're out in the reaches, the outreaches or something, you know? It's dangerous out there.
Okay.
Space pirates?
Okay.
Alright, and then this is all gonna be kinda grody looking. Let me find some kind of...
If I sound further away, it's because Aiko is laying on my chest, so...
Yeah, so I'm thinking, yeah, an accidental death. And then this is where Siren who has learned passion, learned what loneliness is, and now learns what loss is.
Yes.
Oh, and friendship.
And friendship.
Companionship.
Yeah.
Connecting with someone else and then losing them.
What if Siren causes like a huge like discharge?
Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking. Resonating with the nearby asteroid full of that ore, which is probably some kind of like conductor or something to make things go noom. But instead of going noom, it goes
boom.
Yeah. And then like maybe that causes a rift in the veil. And the ship kind of tumbles through. Gets lost for a time, and then we find it. Alright, the texture's not working. Give me different texture. And then like maybe these thrusters over here don't even actually work anymore.
Yeah.
Or can't be used because maybe this thing actually gets chunked off.
Yeah.
Breaks off.
Yeah. Have you saved each stage of the ship or
no? I thought
okay.
about that after I was working on the second one and it was a little too late. But we'll have this, you know, the VOD recording.
True. Okay. I was just thinking like that be kind of sick to, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'll have to pull it out. Maybe I'll just merge all these.
That looks so sick.
And this is kind of... Oh, you know, maybe this was taped over or something. Like there's a seal across the crack or something.
I don't know if the mic picked that up, but Aries has splooted on the floor. And Aiko started smelling his rear end, and so Aries was chirping several times.
That's our boys.
I know. That's our boys.
It's our boys.
I give it like 5 minutes before we start hearing them. There we go.
Not even. There they are.
Not even 5 minutes. There they go. Come on, boys. Ow, Aiko, come on. Aiko hissed at him.
It's about Aries lunchtime.
I know.
Got missed.
Okay. I know you're not in the mood. I know.
Mom, did you see that?
Yeah.
Mom, I can't believe he did that, even though I started it.
Yep. You want to come back up here? Nah. No, you can wait. Yeah, they're getting hangry.
Yeah, that's why I was also like, yeah, maybe we'll kind of start wrapping this up where we are, because I feel pretty happy with it.
We had 2 beefy acts, so...
Yeah.
Though really, I think it was just kind of made beefier because, you know, we were filling in a bunch of stuff.
Yeah. Mirroring some of the paint here.
There you go.
And then maybe part of this wing also got kind of...
Yeah. I know.
Okay, so there we go. We have the Lucky Riot. I could, actually, I could take this here. Because originally it was just this color.
Yeah.
And then, this other shot just showed what the interior layout was. But I could just erase that. And then there we go. That's the original appearance of it.
There we go.
Alright, there we go. The Lucky Riot X001, also known as Siren. A little banged up, but got some personality, and then whenever we get our hands on it, we could always spruce it up a little.
Yeah, I guess it's gonna have to be up to us to also make it a bit bigger.
Okay, I need to make it a bit bigger. Okay, where is Obsidian? All right, so yeah, we're just gonna go ahead and call it like final act.
Mm-hmm.
London said it's gorgeous. Thanks, London.
Thank you. After this, are we also gonna kind of give our thoughts?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
I'm gonna leave the fate of the expedition crew kind of up in the air.
Yeah. I mean, like, really, everyone's fate has been kind of up in the air. The only reason why we got one for Pusher was because of the what we rolled.
Okay, the final act. Most of the crew remained on the original ship. Over time, as Siren and Denglar learn how to communicate better, Denglar spends more time on the Lucky Riot than their original ship, neglecting their original mission. The crew takes matters into their own hands and attempts to constrain Denglar, thinking Denglar has succumbed to space craze. In the scuffle, a firearm is accidentally discharged, killing Denglar while in the proximity of the Lucky Riot's computers, meaning Siren witnessed the whole thing. Siren, who just learned the meaning of friendship, also learns loss. In its pain, it resonates with the asteroid that is still nearby, and discharges a huge amount of energy. It results in a tear in the veil, and the ship tumbles through. Siren drifts through the veil for an unknown amount of time, until two wanderers discover it and become its new friends.
That's us.
That's us. Yeah. And I think this works out pretty well, because we were saying at the beginning that Denglar was very confident, maybe overly confident, that their whole mission was going to be a success. They were going to be the ones to pioneer this breakthrough and everything. That confidence born of this is gonna work because I have all of the answers, all of the keys. I just need this one thing. It's gonna work. And then for them to suddenly, or not suddenly, but start dropping that and start becoming what seems to be obsessed with this weird thing that's probably, it's not actually intelligent. That's just an old ship computer making weird noises. It doesn't mean anything, or. So the crew is witnessing this, and from their perspective, they just think that Denglar is no longer mentally sound.
Right.
And then unfortunately,
tragedy happens.
Yep. Yeah, I like this.
I'm very pleased with it as well. Excuse me.
Yeah, it's certainly not what I would have thought of. When thinking about, giving us a spaceship and stuff, when I thought that, we could use this for ourselves, for our little pink tuber lore, I didn't think it was going to be a ship like this. I didn't think it was going to look like it either.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. Yeah. So thoughts about Bucket of Bolts. Do you want to start, Cheeky, as kind of like the guest, and then I could give my final word?
Yeah. Sure, I can talk about my overall feelings towards this.
Yeah, because as the guest, I'm also very interested in hearing what you thought.
All right. So, the concept I thought was already attractive to me.
Right.
I love the idea that the ship becomes a character, essentially. And really, that is the character you're playing as. It's not the captain's, you are the ship. And this is your history. I think, I don't know, there's something very... I don't know if it's the correct term, but it's quite romantic in that way.
Yeah.
It's very romantic.
Yes, very romantic. That's a good word.
Which I'm kind of a sucker for.
Same.
And then when we first started reading into it, I was surprised to see like the introduction to it and everything was very poetic and just it wasn't intimidating at all. And because like, you know, you have kind of shown me a couple of ttrpgs, and some of them are a little bit intimidating to me, you know. It's usually like a lot of information at once, and it can be a bit overwhelming to me.
Yeah.
But this wasn't overwhelming at all when we were reading it. It was just sort of, you know, here's basically the playground. Here's some toys that we gave you. Go have fun. So I really enjoyed that. You know, I'm not saying that, you know, all TTRPGs should be, you know, simplified for my sake.
Yeah.
I understand, you know, and I'm okay with it too. It's just for me personally, it takes me a bit to absorb the new, like, you know, instructions, world, and everything. But this was really easy to kind of pick up and go with. Now, you know, broken record over here, but I do have, you know, ADHD, and I will say having multiple PDFs is a bit much for me. Because I did open up these PDFs to follow along, and there's like 3 different ones. And that's a lot for me to kind of flip through, you know, constantly go over here and over there and stuff like that. So, especially since too I don't want to say there isn't a lot of information in here, but it's I don't know, I feel like it could have easily fit into 1 or 2 PDFs, not 3 or 4. So, yeah. It kind of puts a lot of extra work.
Yeah.
That my brain kind of goes, this is too much. I don't want to deal with it. So.
Yeah. Yeah, so for those who came in later, this game, as it just had a Kickstarter in January I actually didn't know about, and it is apparently going to get kind of a revamp. But the game in its current state is actually a split across 3 different PDFs. You have the rules in one PDF, and also the PDFs are in spread format. You have the rules in one PDF, the content, which is where you actually like go through the acts, are in another PDF, and then there is a third PDF of additional tables that were created by, I don't know, patrons maybe. This is the not printable version. This is the printable version, but in the not in the printable version, the headers for these extra tables didn't get added, so there's, and we didn't realize until it was a bit too late that these were actually split up by acts.
Yeah. So
there's also a format, yeah, for a single page print for A3 size, I think, where everything is spread out on one page, but that's not helpful when you're trying to view it on a screen. So yeah. Thank you, Cheeky. Yeah. So my thoughts. I didn't read this before.
Just very briefly. Thank you for saying that we made it seem really cool.
Oh, yes, thank you. Thank you, Maya.
Yeah, now you can continue.
Yeah. So yeah, I didn't read this before playing it. I kind of skimmed through it and was like, okay, cool, yeah, here's yeah, looks like there's some tables later. Yep. Cool. But I didn't actually like read the rules and stuff until today. I just was kind of got like the gist that it could be done in a brief session and stuff and whatnot. But like, all right, I liked it.
Yeah.
The design has some flaws, and the PDF thing, has some flaws. But my thing about this is that I don't think it's a game. I think it is a bunch of prompts, which is great for world building and creating, a spaceship, but nothing was really gamified about this thing.
Because they don't even tell you to like roll or anything. We added that.
I wanted a little bit of randomization because I didn't want to just simply pick everything, because it's sort of like, I don't know, you get stuck in like decision paralysis and stuff, and if I roll something, it forces me to think about one option.
Yep.
It kind of forces me into a box, but I don't have to feel constrained by the box. I get sort of, instead of bouncing around into infinity, I can bounce around in a small little space. And so I wound up rolling some dice and kind of making some makeshift like tables that I could roll on, but it doesn't quite work, because I think some of these captains were meant to be, just for this act. But you can see they only give you like the 4 options.
Yeah.
Which I feel like is pretty limiting. And you get these extra tables, but they don't. I mean, I know now that these little digits here, which are kind of small, were the Roman numerals for the acts. So in theory, they add extra options to the acts, but because they're all on one table, they're not really all together, kind of like the PDFs aren't all together.
Yeah.
And so everything is a little spread out, which makes it a little hard to even try to randomize it with dice, because they're kind of spread out. So, and again, the randomizing thing was just sort of my own doing.
Yep.
Without the dice, it feels like there's no real risk.
No.
Because you can just pick whatever you want. And while I just wanted to say too that what a game is, like what defines a game, is kind of like saying what is art. So I don't really want to get into that kind of discussion, because that's Reddit territory there. But
right.
I just feel like this is not really a game.
Yeah, when we were going through this, I was, making a note in the back of my mind, and one of the things I kept thinking about was how this is really great as basically a writing tool.
Yes, exactly.
If I really wanted to write a short story, or maybe even a novel about, a spaceship and its crew and stuff, this would be a great jumping point. You go through it, it gives you ideas, and you just build on it, and then boom, you just go off with your story.
Yeah, and it's great because it's mentioned a couple of times or something, where like, if you're playing a sci-fi ttrpg or something later, this could be the ship that your players have or they obtain, which is cool. I like that. However, it does advertise itself as a game. It's right there in the cover, a game of iconic spaceships and infamous captains. But I feel like this isn't really a game. So it'll be kind of interesting to see what the revised version turns into.
Yeah. It's kind of surface level as well, because we're basically kind of writing out summaries and an outline of a ship's history.
Right.
But not really going into detail,
Yeah, which is fine. And I think for my world building blog entry today, I think I might actually write this up into a bit of more of a coherent style and then post it.
Yeah.
With you accredited, of course.
Oh, yeah.
You were here.
No big deal. Yeah, I was here. Yeah.
Yeah, you are here. You helped.
I helped.
Yep. And, we did come out of this with kind of this neat idea of a spaceship called Siren. Or at least the personality of the ship is called Siren. It's named Siren.
It's a very emotional thing. It's a very emotional process as well.
Yes.
They have you really think about this, and I do like the concept of the time where it, they advise you to actually just sit quietly
right
for like a minute, 5, 10, and then that translates to a year, a century. Like, I really like that idea. It really does kind of bring the sadness or the scariness of outer space. You know?
Like for time, and like that's the other thing too. Like it, you move to time, and then you choose how much time passes. There's no gamification of it. Yeah. There's no uncertainty. There's no risk or anything. You can choose to sit there for 6 minutes, and then proceed with the picking more things. And I feel like too, I don't know if there was just enough, like if there were enough options for that kind of either, because this base content, you only have these 2 tables for captains, and that's for all 3 acts, which are supposed to have, I think, 2 captains per act. So that's, if that's depending on how many events you get, that's 1 to 2 events per, like, time events.
Yeah.
Well, also the captain events. So that's 1 event per captain, I think.
Pretty much.
So that's 6 captains minimum. So that's 6 events. And there's only 6 events on both of these. So 12 options. So I feel like without these bonus things, the replayability of that would probably get a little tight.
Yeah.
I mean, having these extra ones help too, but they're just sort of out here. Oh, these are captains, and then there's I think captain related events or something. I don't know. They don't really tell you how to incorporate this extra stuff. So yeah, overall, very neat as a world building tool, as a cool little creative exercise. I just don't think it's a game, and I think it would be interesting to see if the revised version becomes a bit more gamified. I think it's gonna have kind of like a deck of cards. So maybe it'll be turning a lot of these tables into cards or something.
Yeah. Which, that could probably improve it a bit.
Yeah. It was still fun though.
No, it was a blast.
Yeah, still fun.
It was really cool to really stretch out the creative muscles and bounce ideas back and forth, and getting invested in something like this is really cool.
Yeah, and I expected to be invested in it.
Yeah.
And get attached and stuff. I just also expected to roll dice or draw cards or something.
To kind of have more of an adventure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we did have an adventure, but me as a player did not really have.
It kind of, you know what it kind of felt like? It kind of felt a bit like the character creation.
Yes. Yeah, kind of, yeah. Well, we're sitting here, we're bouncing around a couple of options. It's like, okay, now you choose this trait. Okay, well, what about this one? How about that one? Or like,
how does this look? How does that look?
How can we interpret this detail? that the game gave us, and
what's
we want
the
to
story
take further.
behind the scar and stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, me and you both love character creation.
Oh yeah, so. For sure. So yeah, yeah, I think we're gonna leave this here. Like I said, I think what I'll do is I'll type this up a little bit more coherently into a blog post and make that my post for the day. Because my brain's probably still a little bit toasted from work, and I kind of just want to sit and play Palia.
Yeah, no, I get it.
So my brain's like, oh, I really don't want to like sit here and think about new world building stuff for a couple of hours. So maybe I'll just work on this and eat some lunch.
Yeah.
I'm so hungry. So yeah, thanks for coming, everybody.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Yeah, if you'd like to consider the Discord, we do have a brand shiny new Discord, in which I could probably post a blog post there too.
Yeah, you could.
Yeah. And yeah, this is where Hunger Brain is starting to kind of seep in.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, the English language is slipping through our fingers.
It is definitely slipping. Okay, let's see if there's anything interesting going on. Oh wow, yeah, 4-hour mark. Nice. We did drop a few frames, but it was less than 100, so it's been.
Oh yeah, no. I've been keeping an eye on the stream. It seems to. It didn't really hiccup too bad.
My preview just crashed, but you know that's right.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. Eldechi is streaming. I don't think I've ever rated Eldechi. I've been missing a lot of Veldechi's streams, actually. I have not. I guess it's the final episode, so I guess if you've ever wanted to play Spirit Hunter Deathmark, it might have spoilers, so just a heads up.
Oh, gotcha.
Okay, but yeah, we're gonna raid Eldechi, give that a go.
Let's do it.
Thank you everybody so much for coming. Once again, this is Cheeky as a guest. Hello. My bestie.
It's me, Cheeky.
Yep, my fellow waypoint in the Vale as we wander around and travel through different dimensions, which are games.
It's video games.
It's big games, and sometimes table games that happen on a table, but not really on a table. You two are great. Thanks for your stream. Thanks, Amaya.
Thank you.
And yeah, safe travels through the Vale.
Take care, guys.
Take care. One of these days I should think about like raid messages and stuff.
I know, same.
I had to say, wait, keep back time for raid. Yes, right, Killer, we're raiding Eldechi. We're gonna go say hi to the chicken.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
It's nothing more than a replacement for oil, but it might help the key slide in better. Hello, Raiders.
Zachariah are just traded with 4 viewers.
Welcome on in. Thank you very much, Zachariah. How you doing? What were you playing?